something that blew me away, and it really was not, which is unfair because it's a spring game. So at least I'm admitting that I'm unfair on the front side.
Braves have won 7 straight. They play San Diego tonight. That's the big game in baseball tonight. Mets and Dodgers 9-10 on TBS. The Mets have won 5 to stay within 2 of the Braves. And what is going on out there? The NBA has 3 games. My Lightning start their playoff series with the always tough Toronto Maple Leafs in Toronto. That will be an insane setting. You can watch that at 6:30 on the on ESPN, or better known as the Toronto Maple Leafs television network. All the announcers always favor the other team when the Lightning are playing. All right, Brownie, are you ready to underwhelm us now?
And that's what I hate about doing what I've done is y'all are going to say, oh, it's going to be somebody bigger than that.
But you've done it to yourself.
I have not done it. I just asked y'all to guess, and you're guessing Michael Jordan in studio. It's like you can't be pleased.
So Tiger Woods.
So Tim Cook would be too much?
Tim Cook would be too much, yes. Rockstar, Dunaway and I don't go all the way back to the start of this group. I know on Dunaway and Brown, we never had a guest call in from prison. Did you guys have a prison guest?
Oh, yeah, we always had Joe Francis came on all the time.
That's right.
And they were like, you have 1 minute remaining on your call.
Yeah, so this will be, in the history of the next round, our first prison guest.
Wait, we did have, who is the baseball guy? I don't know if he was still in prison or not. Denny McClain, wasn't he on with us?
You know, I don't remember ever interviewing Denny McClain. No.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm interested.
Joe Exotic from Tiger King.
How about that?
Joining us from prison on Friday's show.
I love it.
Running for presidential candidate.
He is. I don't know that he's launching his candidacy on our show. But he is in fact running for president in the 2024 election.
Oh, this is incredible.
Wow, I like this though.
Joe Exotic.
I would rather have Joe Exotic than Tim Cook.
Yeah. No, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
I like this a lot.
Now, he's going to be on the show, and it's going to be presented by Blakely's Bouquets, our friends at Blakely's Bouquets. I don't know how, I don't know why, but they were instrumental in scheduling this.
That's not a letdown at all. And I will tell you this. It will be a better interview that I'm not here.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Because I won't.
You never even saw it, right?
I won't. No, I did watch every episode.
I watched 2 episodes. I tapped out.
No, I watched every episode. I'm just telling you, there are certain interviews I am not as good at, and this would be one of them.
Yeah.
So it's better I'm not here.
I'm excited.
So Joe Exotic, it's supposed to be around 11. They have to call us, Rockstar, because it's a prison. We cannot call them, so we're at we're kind of at their will on whenever they actually call, but it's supposed to be around 11. I am going to, let my believers right, Feinbaum would have Carol Baskin.
That'd be fantastic. Well, you bring up Carol Baskin. She's on the other line right now.
Hey, Paul!
Joe, I'm going to give you a prison ass whipping.
Already got it. So Joe is with us, Joe Exotic, on Friday's show around 11 o'clock is when he is supposed to be joining us.
Well, I mean, it was built up, and then you tore it back down, and I think it was probably kind of in between, but I'm excited.
No, I think that met my expectations.
Okay, yeah. I'm glad I can meet expectations. I was afraid.
Joe Exotic is better than a lot of the people I named.
And running for president, too, is I find that interesting. Rockstar, I'm curious as to his platform and, what he'd really hang his hat on.
Yeah, what's he going to do on foreign policy and stuff like that.
Well, not to mention the fact that I think he's still got some time left on his Senate.
He does. And I don't know if a felon can actually run for president.
You guys are asking weird, stupid, irrelevant questions.
He said you might be surprised to find out a convicted felon can, in fact, run for president.
Wow. Yeah. Can't vote for president.
But can run for president.
Can't vote, but you can run.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right. Joe Exotic scheduled to be with us on Friday's show. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Hopefully we'll be talking to you from Tuscaloosa tomorrow with a few special guests just swinging by at random. Could be a lot of fun. Be fun to roll in there to T-Town and help out a great cause with the RISE group over there. Looking forward to that. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And welcome to the beautiful North River today in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, out on the deck on a sunny, cloudless day here in beautiful Tuscaloosa. We finally did it, Brown. We got LT on a golf course again.
We've done it.
Yes.
It worked.
Out on a golf course again, man.
It
You ready?
worked.
You ready for 4 hours here with golfers doing great work for a great program?
Yes. Look, we're out here for a great cause. As long as I have to swing a club, I'm good to go.
One day you'll swing a club again.
I probably will, but I was telling you guys, I can't really remember. I remember the round we played.
Right.
We were at Heatherwood in Birmingham. It was the three of us, and it was David Walls.
That's right.
One of our Double Down employees.
One of the greatest comebacks of all time. I had you guys put away, and Walls made like birdie 3 of the last 4.
I think Walls and I were a team, right?
The 3 of you. It was the 3 of you. It was your best ball against mine.
Well, remember, Walls started drinking on the back nine.
That's right.
That was the difference.
He got hot.
He got it. What we like to call the fun zone right there, about number 15, and that ended up burning me.
Was that 5, 6 years ago? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, we still worked with him, right? I mean, he was still in radio. So that's the last time you swung a golf club.
Yeah.
Yep.
It sure is.
I'll never forget. Lance played in the Regions Tradition Pro-Am one time. He's like, Brownie, I need to borrow a driver. My driver's a little bit old. I was like, I'll be happy to let you borrow one. I've got several. You know, we hit them, see what you want. Because I'm going to the driving range. So I met him at the driving range, and he said, my driver's a little bit old. It was a persimmon head. And I was like, a little old.
That is old.
My gosh.
Well, we're here at North River, the Yacht Club, Tennis and Golf Club, to raise awareness today for the RISE School, the RISE program at the University of Alabama. It's been around since the mid-'70s when they started this program. It was cutting edge around the country, early childhood education, where it blends children with and without disabilities into the same classrooms and the same programs at school. It's been going on for decades now. It is supported by the University of Alabama and a lot of great Alabama athletes and coaches and fans and longtime donors. It's a fundraising golf tournament today. Golfers are on the golf course now. Nick Saban, Alabama head coach, is over, I believe, on number 17. Is that correct, Brown?
Yep. Yeah, he's playing 17 with everybody that comes through. So that's a treat for them. He'll be in that seat next to Lance coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, or anybody else who wants to walk by and sit in that seat in this 4-shot with one vacant seat. We'll just leave that one open for anybody that walks by today, and we'll talk to them as they swing by here at North River. Looking forward to talking about the RISE program and a lot more throughout this. And if you want more details and maybe how you can donate money to the RISE program, it's an easy Google search. You just search the RISE School or the RISE program at the University of Alabama. Easy tax-deductible donations there. Let's start things off with, to me, the most unique story in sports last night. And it did not have an outcome involved in it. It just happened in the NHL playoffs. I want to get the guy's name right here. Plays for the Winnipeg Jets. His name is Morgan Barron.
Okay.
Morgan Barron, around the goal last night, goalie goes, tea kettle up in the air. His skate catches Morgan Barron in the face. Leaves the first period, leaves the ice immediately. 75 plus stitches. They had to stop counting. More than 75 stitches. He's back on the ice in the second period of the game.
Yeah, those guys are tough, man.
That doesn't happen in any other sport.
So 75 stitches in his face now, not in his arm or leg, in his face.
In his face, he comes back with a full caged mask, so it doesn't reopen with hits or the puck or a stick, a punch or anything like that, an elbow. But he comes back in a playoff game and plays the second and third period. 75 stitches to your face. In what other sport do you even think about getting back out there?
I don't think that I've had 75 stitches in my life.
And you've had some injuries now.
Yeah.
I mean, you've had some. Somebody was just literally yesterday. Somebody was telling the story about you knocking your front 2 teeth out.
Yeah, but
apart from you weren't even there for the story.
I still remember the first doctor to stitch me up. His name was Dr. Vaughn, and I was 10. And Shane, my older brother, stabbed me with a pilot pen. and it was right there.
Right.
And I got 6 stitches.
Yeah.
Yep.
I had them in my head. My brother and his friends were out playing football in the yard, and the football got stuck in the tree, and they were throwing rocks to try to knock it out. And I thought I was going to join them, so I picked up like this big rock, and I try to throw it, and I'm young, right? So I can barely get it above my head, and it falls out of my hand and just gashes my head wide open. And then like 6 weeks later, my brother trips me, and I fall into the fireplace and gash my head open again. And my parents are like, I mean, we really cannot go to the emergency room one more time. I mean, it is going to end up, we're going to have an investigation if we do this. Y'all go have to settle down.
Both of mine were in high school at Thompson High School, and both of them involved me chasing girls. This one right here, the little scar there, I think it was just what they called butterflies back in the day, not real stitches.
If you could get away with a butterfly, it was a win.
Beautiful Susan had a sundress on that time of year. We were
What do you mean, chasing her?
making one of those lamps in shop class. And I just,
what age
was that was probably 10th grade.
Yeah.
Just glanced across the saw table and lost concentration on what I was doing because of the Beautiful Susan. And
boy, you're lucky to cut a finger off.
The handsaw left the groove I was in and went chink.
Oh wow!
Cut that right there.
Dearest Susan.
Damn sundresses.
I know.
And the other time right here, which I think was my freshman year, with 2 senior girls in a Jeep going to lay out in between play practice. On Saturday.
Why was layout in air quotes?
Because I thought we were going to do more than lay out, but they were 2 seniors.
So
we literally were going to lay out, but I was all in on not laying out.
Play practice?
Yeah, I was the miser. I was I think it was La Fleche was my name. I was the comedic breakup in The Miser in the Thompson High School production of The Miser.
Boy, I bet that was like Broadway.
So you revived your acting career in Homewood, right? I mean,
I did. But we were in a Jeep, soft top Jeep, top off, riding through the pasture from out in the out laying in the sun with 2 senior girls, another Susan, different Susan and Gail, and we ran across. They were putting in a new sewer system, big ditch they didn't know about. We crossed the top of the hill, boom, and hit that big ditch. The Jeep, hit. Everybody went, biting through lips in the back. I was in the back, and I hit something.
That's awful.
Everybody survived. Everybody's fine. Great lives afterwards. But those are my only 2.
That's good.
I played it safe. I've been bubble wrapped since, man.
I do have I've got a scar on my back from when I had my wisdom teeth out. It did not require stitches. It was butterfly too.
How does that happen?
So apparently I thought I was a little more mobile, Lance, than I was. So I decided to get up on my own and go use the bathroom. And I passed out and hit my mom. I was a teenager at the time when I had my wisdom teeth out. And my mom had this planter in the bathroom that was like some sort of metal thing. And I fell on it and knocked it down and landed on it as I passed out backwards. And it gashed my back. So
you've had some odd injuries.
I really have, Lance. I've had some very odd injuries. That is an odd one.
Mine are pretty much all self-inflicted. I punched through a window at fraternity house down here.
Yeah,
that gashed me open. Plenty of stitches that night.
Luckily, it didn't get that way last night.
And then opened it back up like 2 weeks later playing basketball.
Yeah.
But I've had staples to the back of the head too when I fell out at Spear Grill and hit those bricks that time.
Yeah, I mean, Rockstar, are you pretty clean?
I've got some. The only time I really had stitches, I think I was 2 or 3 years old, and it was at my grandfather's wake, and somehow I got out, and I got bit by a dog in the neighborhood, and I fell in a puddle of mud, and they had to take me to this is at my grandfather's
what a
wake.
day.
Yeah, and
great band name, Puddle of Mud.
They had to take me to the hospital and get my stitches, and after my grandfather's wake, and my little suit was all muddy. That's the only time I really had stitches.
So what caused the stitches? The dog bite or you falling?
The dog bite. Like it got me right below the eye. It was a little. I think it was a little dog. Yeah. It was,
Cujo.
Yeah, and it was a little dog. But I think from one of the stories, I don't remember it. I vaguely remember it, and I remember my parents said I was freaking out, which is odd for a kid to freak out when they got bit by a dog. But
yeah, really. I mean, when does that happen?
I mean, settle down, Rockstar. What are you thinking?
You know what's crazy is most people that get bitten in the face by a dog as a kid never like dogs again, or they're scared of dogs forever. But you're not.
Yeah.
No, I've never been.
But
I've never
a
been
lot
afraid
of times, though, those skates will get them in the jugular. Did I say that right?
The jugular.
The jugular.
Yeah.
The jugular.
The jugular.
Hey, everybody.
A lot of times.
No,
it's happened a couple of times.
If that happened last night, that would have killed the guy.
No, but that's happened several times.
They've had to do emergency.
Or it's
stuff.
come close.
Right.
Maybe it didn't get them right in the.
They've had some blood flow out of the neck. All right, we're here at North River. We'll get to the headlines you need to know in just a second, but just thought that was the most amazing story.
That's crazy.
Because when your granddad or your dad tells you, that back in my day, we played with, I had a broken femur and I was out there playing. Tell them there's still some giants of the game right now. Morgan Barron doing that last night for the Winnipeg Jets.
Those hockey dudes are cut different, man.
They are. Good win for my Lightning last night, 7-3. We'll talk about some baseball, some college football, college basketball, all that going. LT, tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill. Just sitting here on this deck, the first 8 minutes of this show as it starts to heat up a little bit here. Summer's not going to be too far away. You're going to want that air conditioning working just right. That's what you get with our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, spring weather is here. Definitely our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right, Braves won again last night, guys. And you talk about what Tampa Bay did to start the year, winning 13 straight. Tampa Bay won again yesterday, but the Braves have now won 8 straight games. They're 14-4 in the year. Tampa Bay, with that great start, is 15-3. The Braves are chasing down best record in baseball already, still in the month of April here. They beat the Padres 8-1 last night. And as a Tampa Bay fan, I will tell you right off the bat, Tampa Bay made hay against some of the worst teams. In fact, the 4 worst teams in baseball, I think. The Braves are doing this in part against a team like the San Diego Padres again last night. They go for the sweep today, 3-10 out in San Diego. Just an impressive start from this Atlanta Braves team.
Look, if you're putting stock in one team in Major League Baseball, I think you would probably go with the Braves right now.
I think it's the team to beat. They're the team to beat.
But, on the other side with the Padres, with Tatis not back in the lineup, they're just not scoring runs right now. I mean,
And we talked about Soto when you were out there on Monday, Lance. I mean, he's gotten on to an awful start this season.
So their last 3 games, they have scored 1 run.
The Padres have.
Yeah.
And they put together this lineup that was supposed to be like the murderer's row, right?
Yep.
I mean, with Tatis and Juan Soto. I mean, everybody in that lineup. Machado, and they've scored 1 run in 3 games.
Yep. So a big win last night for them. And the good part is the Mets finally lost again. Dodgers got them 5-0. So you get a little breathing room there a little bit for the Braves as they get up to a 3-game lead.
And Clayton Kershaw gets win number 200. You think about how good he's been.
And he's
you can say what you want about his postseason career, but he's only at win 200, and that's the dinosaur out there now is a 300-game winner.
Yeah, you'll never see him again. And I don't think we'll talk to Buster about it tomorrow, but I think that used to be like the line you had to get in the hall, right? Was 300 wins.
I think that was a automatic.
That was an automatic in. And I don't know that you'll ever see another one.
Well, how many guys you think in the history of Major League Baseball have 200 wins?
In the history of Major League Baseball, I'll say 180.
How many is it?
117.
Oh.
So it's not a lot, though.
No, it's not. But that's
like you get 1 a year.
Yeah, it was an automatic Hall of Fame, though. I mean, you got 100 wins, you were in the Hall.
Yeah.
And or 300 wins, you were in the Hall. And I think now it's going to be 200. I don't know. We'll ask Buster tomorrow where that line is now, because I remember Scherzer last year. Scherzer crossed some number. Was he at 240 or 250 last year or something?
No, I think that was Verlander.
Was it Verlander?
Yeah, because Buster told us if there was ever going to be another 300-game winner, it was going to be Verlander.
And nobody after that.
Yeah, and I think Buster, when he was saying that, told us, look, I think the new line is X. And I'll ask him what it is tomorrow, but Kershaw's going to hit that line. He's a Hall of Famer.
Well, and Kershaw's 35. So you think about he realistically now, to win 20 games, you just don't see 20-game winners either.
Right.
So he probably would have to pitch another 6 years into his early 40s. That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. Some basketball news in the portal, or just guys returning. That's big news for SEC fans. In just a second. First, thank you to our friends at Coca-Cola, Coke Zero, everyone in the chat room. Brown will be keeping up with that throughout the show and also on our Twitter feed. And thanks to our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. They're with us on the road as well, everywhere we go, the great folks there at Bud Light. But before we get to the basketball conversation, 2 things. One, a Bud Light poll question, Taylor. More likely to happen in the next 4 hours. Weird tan lines for us.
I'm going to pretend like I'm at the lake. I'm going to pull these pants up a little bit and get some sun on the thighs.
Don't pull them up too high, please.
Yeah.
Hello, Aliceville.
Yeah, ball drops.
It's not New Year's Eve, Brown. Pull those shorts back down.
Didn't Rockstar give us a story about sunning your junk?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
good for
Yeah.
you.
I
It's
think
your
it's a trash
perineum.
story. Man, Rockstar, I think it shows up in trash like every now and then. This whole like getting sun on your anus,
Your
and
perineum.
everybody's like,
You got to lay on your back and spread your legs and lift your torso up and let the sun
it
shine on
seemed-
it.
it
Think
seemed
we
like
get
it-
run out of here? I've only been thrown out of North River one time. That's another
I
story.
do want to hear that story later. but
Yeah, I do like that. Our equipment overheating and shutting us down, that's always a possibility, as I said here. Anything else that we're worried about over the next 4 hours?
We or you?
I wasn't worried about either one of those things until you mentioned it.
Yeah. I just don't want that golfer tan you
Well-
get after sitting here
Well, take your hat
with
off.
the hat off. Well, then I'll be a cherry.
Well, I mean, man, I can't please you, Jim. You don't want the golfer's hat. You don't want to take your hat off.
This isn't nearly as bad. I mean, the weather, I mean, we are in direct sun, but this is not nearly as bad as Regions last year.
No, somebody asked when the umbrellas are going to come out. Y'all got to remember, what is the high today? 80?
87, I think.
Yeah, what,
No.
the high? Well, the high the day we were at the Regions was in the 90s,
Yeah.
and that sun was baking us.
Yeah.
Now-
Before you give us the 7-day forecast, tell us about Dr. B and the guy under that hat that's got that hair 14% stronger than it was before the NCAA tournament started.
Yeah, again, the older you get, things start to fall apart, start to fall out. When it started to happen to me, I started to thin a little bit. Dr. Beckenstein is the guy everyone said I needed to call. Went in, the hair is already 14% thicker. T3hair.net. Remember, Dr. B also offers the Census Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call today. Dr. Beckenstein, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
All right, it's only going to hit 82 while we're here.
Just 82,
Yeah,
even
we're
in
fine.
Tuscaloosa. I
Yeah,
thought it was
well,
82 Birmingham, a little warmer in Tuscaloosa.
You
It's
know-
always hotter in T-Town.
You think so, Jim?
Yeah, it is.
do.
It really
I mean,
is.
Dunaway's. I mean, Lance could be sitting next to Coach Saban. Little heat comes off of that, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That is Birmingham. I'll check Tuscaloosa.
Jayson Swain with us at 10 o'clock Central, starting hour 2. Nick Saban scheduled to be with us in the third hour of the show around 11:30. Todd Fuhrman in the final hour of the show as we're out here at North River bringing awareness to the RISE program, part of the University of Alabama. In one college basketball note, I don't know, you can debate on who you thought the best player on Tennessee's basketball team was last year. Zakai Ziegler is most people's vote, but Santiago Vescovi was a killer, man. He could nail you from the outside and so good. He decides last night he is returning to Tennessee for a 5th season. He's coming back.
Well, I mean, I don't know what his options were. He's not a guy that's going to play in the NBA, probably play overseas.
So he can't have a career like Reddick at shooting the ball.
Not nearly as deadly as JJ Redick, but he's a guy that can play, both guard
yeah.
positions, because when Ziegler went out last year, he took over at the point. I think ultimately European career is the way he goes, but he's going to get NIL money, good NIL money.
It's so much better as a basketball coach. You can get a guy. I mean, we were talking about Oscar Tshiebwe. There's a chance he's going to play out his eligibility or come close to it, and you don't get that at all in football. I mean, now you get him 3 years guaranteed in football, but getting a guy to play out his eligibility that is a really, really good college football player is hard to do. Vescovi, you'd say, is a really, really good college basketball player, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oscar Tshiebwe, you would say that. And the NBA draft's so tough because A, the international players, and B, it's only one round of guaranteed money. I mean, there's only 30 guys, 30 guys that are getting guaranteed money. And a good 15% of those are going to be international guys that aren't even playing college basketball. So, I mean, you got a chance, if you're Rick Barnes, to get a guy like Vescovi to play 5 years. If I told you that, man, you'd be thrilled. That guy's a really good basketball player.
Zach Edey also makes the announcement he is going to explore the NBA for the draft, but keep open his options to return to college basketball. At 7'4", he's not the 7-footer that's dominating the talk about the draft. What does Edey's NBA look like?
Well, I mean, look, Edey still is a guy that can be a rim protector. He's got soft hands around the basket. I don't think Zach Edey's ever going to be a dominant 5, but he's a guy that will make 12 to 15 million a year and have probably an 8-year career.
So you think he stays in the NBA, or is he back in college basketball next year?
I don't think his stock can drop. I think he can only get a little bit better. So I think more than likely he comes back.
Yeah, we talked about this with Edie. To your point, what is he in the NBA? I mean, that size is nice in college basketball, but in the NBA, that size, you got to be able to shoot.
Right.
And that guy doesn't.
And you got to be able to put it on the floor.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything 5 feet from the basket, does he?
No.
So, I mean, I don't know where that fits in today's NBA.
I read my scoreboard from last night in the NBA. You had Boston going up 2-0 on Atlanta. The Cavaliers tied it up with the Knicks 1-1. We were at dinner here in Tuscaloosa, and one of the TVs, as I glanced up as we were in the appetizers, it was 35-25. Knicks were on top by 10, I think it was. And then we got our appetizers, we started eating, chatting. I glanced up. I think it was 52-37. It was like a 22-2 run or something.
Yeah, the runs in the NBA are just absolutely insane.
Yeah.
You're never safe.
Yeah, you're never out of it. You're never safe.
But the only game I played was the Suns.
That was the only one you played, and Phoenix got the win last night over the LA Clippers. Did you know a unique stat in that game going in?
Well, I knew going in that Durant had lost 7 consecutive playoff games.
Yeah, what's more amazing, and I hate I'm going to burn it here, but since we're talking about it, in that game, and you tell me if we are not paralysis by analysis in sports, that people actually keep up with these stats. In games officiated by Scott Foster,
I hate these,
since April 2013, Chris Paul was 0-13 in playoff games that Scott Foster officiated.
I'm going to say that's not all Scott Foster's fault.
You think if I'm in his head a little bit?
Chris Paul 0-13. Scott Foster was the official last night. It was the first postseason game Chris Paul has won with Scott Foster as an official.
No,
I mean, who keeps up with that?
I don't know, but is that a more incredible stat, or the fact that Durant had lost 7 consecutive playoff
I think
games?
that Durant has lost 7 consecutive playoff games. I mean, that's a lie. I mean, that's an entire full series.
Okay, maybe that's a better poll question. Which is more crazy, the Durant streak, the Foster and Chris Paul streak, or a guy getting 75 stitches and coming back into a hockey playoff game last night in the NHL? All that's out there. Redmont Vodka bringing you part of the show today as we get going college football. When we come back, tell us about our friends at Redmont Distilling.
It's a great product, locally owned and operated. Again, Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. It's 8 times distilled. It's gluten-free. If you're a vodka fan, ask for it by name. Available in 22 states now. Also, your local package stores, including Pink Package, The Beverage Place, ABC stores. Redmont Vodka, pick up a bottle today.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Talladega Super Speedway. Do not miss the Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. Get your spot now and reserve a garage experience. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Back with you to the North River, the Yacht and Country Club over here in Tuscaloosa, as we get a chance today to help raise awareness for the RISE School, the RISE program at the University of Alabama. Again, you can go online year-round, anytime, to make a donation or see other great events like today's golf event in your area to help raise money for the RISE School and program. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, all the folks back in the Birmingham studios there. And yesterday, Rockstar, you guys did a backroom podcast, and that dropped out there. If you guys want to go watch that, you can do that. Was it a good episode yesterday? Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed the hell out of it, Dunaway. We did a little introduction of how Scott was recruited to this job and how Taylor was recruited to this job, because they were the outsiders coming in, and it was an interesting to get some first, not mean first impressions. We kind of put that up. We kind of put the kibosh on that because we didn't want people to get butthurt. So I told Taylor,
well, the mean one, Lunsford's out of town. So it was a much friendlier.
The mean one.
A much friendlier back room.
I mean, Rockstar is overplaying how I'm not upset about what Lunsford said. I'm playing that up to have fun with Lunsford. Rockstar, you know I'm not upset at that, right?
Yeah. Well, you also said he made it up. I mean, you made that up.
It was a joke. I know he didn't make it up. He could have made that up out of thin air. Now, I have zero memory of it. I didn't remember. I watched the back room last night after I got back to the hotel. And I did not remember my first interaction with Taylor. She told a story about our first interaction, and I had forgotten that story.
You can get all that on that podcast right now, the back room, wherever you get your podcast. Storm Restoration Roofing. Want to remind you, when you have storm damage to roofs or anything to do up on top of the roof of your house, Greg Nelson will come out and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. Here's his cell number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. You can go out and check out Greg Nelson from Pell City, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you in times of need. But more importantly, it is that free no-cost roof inspection. Locally owned for over 20 years, it is Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. A-Day here in Tuscaloosa coming up in just a few days on Saturday. We were staying last night at Nick Saban's hotel, the Alamite, where they are booked for the weekend. Parents and out-of-town guests coming in.
It's a cool place.
To enjoy a beautiful hotel here in downtown Tuscaloosa. Just a great atmosphere there in that part of town. This town's changed a lot since you were in school here.
I can't even.
Can you even recognize it? Like,
it's unrecognizable.
Yeah,
even the campus.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say it's changed since Nick Saban?
Oh, it's 100%. I think that's where the change started.
It's all Nick Saban.
I tell people that all the time, like doing, talk shows, and people are like, "Oh, I bet Nick Saban's good, for your job." I was like, "Listen, Nick Saban, and Alabama's success has been great for our job. There's no doubt, but it's been great for the economy of Alabama and specifically Tuscaloosa." I'm like, you graduated in 95, if you took 1995 Lance Taylor and dropped him into Tuscaloosa, you would not know you're in Tuscaloosa.
I would have no idea.
Yeah.
Like where we were last night, that wasn't where we went out as students.
Right.
We were right there on the Strip, and now downtown's kind of the area to be. I mean, the Strip's still good, but everything's changed from downtown to the campus. I think undergrad was around 16,000 when I was in school. I think it's 35,000 now. I think it's basically doubled.
Yeah.
I think it was 80% in-state, 20% out of state. I think now it's 80% out of state, 20% in-state.
I don't think it's that big, but I think for the first time ever a couple of years ago, out of state passed in-state. And I think part of that too is, I mean, I think there's obviously a strategy. I mean, the tuition's higher for out-of-state students, right? But I do think some of it too is the success of the football program. And we see this at other schools. Butler's applications for enrollment went way up when they made the 2 Final Four runs. Gonzaga, from back when they were about to, Reese has brought it up a couple times on the show,
right.
they were about to shut the program down.
The school did.
Or whatever, school or program or whatever. And now their enrollment applications are way up. It happens.
We went, I went to pick up some late night pizza. I was in town like 2 or 3 weeks ago on the strip on Saturday. And I met this kid from Philadelphia, and we were just talking in line. And I asked him what brought him to Tuscaloosa, and he said football.
Yeah. Well, I remember the night.
But he doesn't play it.
No, he doesn't play.
He watches it, and he notices it and says, man, I'd like to go to school there.
Yep. The night, I'll remember this, we were at Innisfree with Bud Light game night. I can't remember prior to which Alabama game, Texas A&M maybe? I can't remember. But we were in Innisfree that night, and one of the Bud Light girls was from Chicago. And I struck up a conversation while we were standing there glad handing with people. And I said, what brought you to Alabama? And she said, honestly, I discovered Alabama on TikTok. I said, what? And she's like, yeah, I mean, like during Rush, Alabama TikTok is one of the hottest trenders on
Alabama sororities.
Yeah, Snapchat and TikTok. So that's where I discovered Alabama, and I started looking into it. And I thought, well, this looks fine.
Yep.
Like,
it is.
So with the A-Day going on this weekend, we get to see the quarterbacks. For the first time, with it being their team, with it not being designed for Bryce Young, with Tommy Reese's tweaks and twists to the offense. We keep hearing that it's going back to maybe more of a run-oriented, run-pass play action. Still going to spread them out a little bit, but more to what it was maybe in 2012, 2015-ish, 2017-ish than it was here at the end of this national championship run, more than it was in, say, 2020. It'll be interesting to see, though it's just an A game, the first glimpse of publicly Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe as the quarterback.
Apparently still more of a battle. If you talk to people in Tuscaloosa, more of a battle than what everybody thought it was going to be, I think. Milroe has hung in this thing. And assuming, and I think you always have to say this day and age, right? Assuming they're the only two in the battle, there is another transfer portal window open. I'm not suggesting that anybody's coming to Alabama. I'm just saying this day and age, I think you got to open that possibility up. Assuming that they're the only two, this is a battle I think that's going to go into the fall. I don't think there's anything in spring or summer that it's going to settle this thing out from what I've heard.
A little scary when you think about it, because Jalen Milroe, we've seen him. He's got some experience. He's a great athlete. He doesn't seem like a quarterback that's going to win you a national championship. I mean, I guess we haven't seen his complete upside yet. But if you're an Alabama fan, you would feel much better if Ty Simpson was cut and dry the starting quarterback.
Either one of them. You say you would feel better Ty Simpson because you saw Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
See, I think so many people judge him on that Texas A&M game. Now, one of the things that plagued him in that A&M game done away is something that Nick Saban has even said is continuing to plague him, and that's his ball security. And at some point, it's just going to be a problem for him. I mean, if you can't fix it, it continues to be a problem. And I would think you could fix it, but Nick Saban continues to point it out about him.
McElroy, McCarron, you start naming the quarterbacks.
They never turn the football.
They don't turn the football over.
You can't.
You don't turn the football over and play quarterback for Nick Saban.
Nope.
He will go somewhere else. He will go to a lesser passer or runner, to a guy who gets you into the right plays and doesn't turn the football over, because you don't win football games when you turn the ball over. And Bryce was good at it. Tua was terrific at it. Jalen Hurts was fantastic at it. AJ, Greg McElroy, that was their calling cards. And, back in the day, you heard the term game manager, and, Alabama fans had to defend their guys, McElroy and McCarron, that, what are you guys talking about? All we care about is winning football games, and managing the game is what a quarterback's supposed to do, whether it's Bryce Young or AJ McCarron. And with a strong running game and a good defense, managing the game is the quarterback's number one job. And if you get a good running game back here in Tuscaloosa, you may put less pressure on the quarterback. There was so much pressure on Bryce Young every game last year, because you knew Bryce, for Alabama to win a big game, was going to have a Heisman-like game.
Well, and that's what's scary to me. This Alabama team is obviously talented. You got a ton of 4 and 5 stars out there, but Bryce is gone now. And if one of these quarterbacks is not, Bryce was elite. Probably the best we've ever seen play the position here in Tuscaloosa. And if you don't have, I don't know. When's the last time we didn't see an elite quarterback for Alabama?
I even think McElroy was elite for what he was being asked to do.
He definitely was in 2010. I don't know that he was in 9. In 9, he was playing the game manager role. In 10, he was elite.
I always go back to 2009. I think it was third or fourth quarter of the SEC championship game and the drive at Auburn. And without Greg McElroy being perfect, you don't win either one of those games.
You're right. Now, and I know it's not all about the NFL, but I think the Jets drafted him in the 7th round. Am I right about that? 6th or 7th round? And I love Greg. Don't get me wrong.
He ended up starting 2 games.
He did start 2 games. Greg's a dear friend, but
but the NFL is a different game. For what he was being asked to do at Alabama, he was great for that team.
I wouldn't say elite, though.
In 2010, I think he was elite. I don't think McCarron was elite in 11, but I think 12 and 13 he was. And then from that point on, again, we always point out, everybody forgets Blake Sims set a single-season record the year he started for Alabama. Now, he, too, turned it over too much. He had double-digit interceptions that year. I don't have it in front of me. I think it was 12. That's way too many in a Nick Saban system.
I'll make an NBA reference here. For Blake and the numbers he put up, it was a little James Harden, Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
Puts up a lot of numbers, won a lot of games.
Not going to win a championship.
Didn't win a championship. And, there's something about – and that's what, if I'm an Alabama fan this year, okay, Bryce Young, who had to do so much to win last year, but maybe the team can be as good or better, when you're not relying on one guy. If you have multiple pitches, if you can run the ball better, power run it better with a better offensive line, get a few more turnovers on defense, take the heat off of one guy and spread the pressure out to the 22, and maybe you end up being a better team that can win those close games that you lost at Tennessee and LSU. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. Precision Sports. The one thing you want to do on this 8-day weekend is get out healthy. But if you and your workplace you have an injury, you got to get back into work. Precision Sports can help you out.
Yeah, our favorite is Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder, putting up something in the attic. You injured the elbow shooting hoop in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
You heard Aaron say this on the show Monday, Aaron Suttles from over here in Tuscaloosa. But anybody you talk to around this program, around the Alabama program, is currently singing the praises of what the offensive line is doing in spring. That it is going to be more of, what everybody says is, look, we being Alabama, we're never going back to 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It's just not the way the game's played right now. But this offensive line is going to be more like the offensive lines you saw in 11, 12, 13, back in those days that it seems like Alabama has kind of gotten away from. Eric Wolford apparently is coaching them up in camp, and that's what a lot of people are coming away, or not in camp, but in spring. What a lot of people are coming away from in spring is how good this offensive line is going to be this year.
Keep in mind, it's not just Alabama this weekend. We also get LSU and several other interesting spring games this weekend. So we'll talk about that as we roll throughout the morning and when we come back here from North River today. And I saw Lunsford, who, Rockstar, I'm right. Lunsford not back today, right?
You are correct.
Back tomorrow, maybe?
I think he's back tomorrow.
Yeah, he's in the chat room right now.
He's in the chat room right now.
Yeah,
Good. Lunsford, I saw him on Twitter last night. Part of what was trending last night on Twitter, which was the Mount Rushmore of television characters. So later in the show, I want to ask you guys, obviously Mount Rushmore is 4.
Yep.
Give me the Mount Rushmore.
I got 2 right now immediately.
Of television characters. And we'd love to see yours in the chat room as well.
Is it your personal or just what you think?
Your personal.
Okay.
Personal. Your Mount Rushmore.
Does Rick Carly count?
It depends on where you want to put Rick Carly on your Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, he's in the contention.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll do that after Jayson Swain at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you by the great folks at Way to Wellness. My weight loss continues. Hopefully you can notice that on the camera today. I expect to lose 2 or 3 pounds in the show today.
What are you down to, Jimmy?
I'm 190 before we went to dinner last night. I had a great omelet for breakfast, and dinner was good last night.
It was phenomenal.
I had a salad and a nice TNT roll.
Yeah, I had a seared piece of tuna that was it was fantastic.
Yeah.
So a good deal last night. A couple of cold Bud Lights for me, and we were out on the town here in Tuscaloosa enjoying our trip here to North River. For the RISE program, but that's all part of your journey with Way to Wellness. They understand that you'll go out of town sometimes. You'll go on vacation. You'll have lunch. You'll have dinner that you'll have to work with business. It's not all a diet plan. It's a lifestyle plan. That's what Leslie and her board-certified team will do for you. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. You know, I got asked yesterday by someone out of state, can Leslie and her board-certified team help me? And I said, no, it's here in Central Alabama. But if you contact Leslie, I bet she can find somebody in your area that she could recommend. So you can go to aplanforme.com, ask any question you want there. That is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. All right, when we come back, more of those spring games this weekend. We'll talk a little bit about the Bayou Bengal Tigers of LSU as we broadcast live here from North River, being brought to you in part as well by our friends at New York Butcher Shop LT. Tell us about our friends at New York Butcher as we head to break.
Look, New York Butcher Shop is just a great place to stop by, see Jim. And remember, if you're looking for a big-time lunch today, the New York Butcher Shop has got those huge sandwiches. Brown, have you ever finished one of the sandwiches from the New York Butcher Shop?
Absolutely, Lance. So look who you're talking to over here.
Boy, they are a battle, though. It's one of those.
Yeah, you got to fight it.
You can have half, take the other half home. But not only that, the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or HempHillServices.com. That's 205-229-2090. HempHillServices.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, we are back on the next round. Welcome back to North River Yacht Club, Golf Club, Tennis Club. Lance Taylor's coming back. Dunaway, I don't know. You know what's happened to Dunaway is he's gotten stopped and somebody's talking to him, LT. You know that happened. He went to the bathroom. Somebody stopped him and is talking to him, and
Or he went to lather up with sunblock, which I did put some on. I got a heads up. I was eating breakfast. Dunaway said, "You're going to need a hat and sunglasses."
Yeah.
And so I ran back to the room and I got some sunblock.
Yeah. I will try. Lance, let me tell him about NASCAR. 877-GO-TO-DAGA. 877-GO-TO-DAGA. NASCAR is coming to the Talladega Super Speedway. Hey, Jim, who are you talking to in there, buddy? Huh? Stop and talk to somebody? Stop and talk to somebody? Nick Saban, see you? I'm messing with you, Dunaway. You know I'm messing with you. Headphones hot.
Mike Shula still have a membership here?
I'm sure he does, right? You get that for life. I had to be I had to take advantage of the free sunscreen in the men's locker room.
I've never seen Dunaway so worried about getting sunburned.
It's cooking out here. I mean, you're hot, right?
Yeah. I told Brown and Brake, I said, it's a damn scorcher.
I mean, Rockstar, we're not out of the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, you still got a couple hours to go.
What do you think the 12 o'clock hour is going to be like, Rockstar?
Oh, it's good. 12 o'clock hours where the hands are giving up, where it's just they've given up. Where Dunaway gets giddy.
Hey, Rockstar, do you remember the scene in Vacation where Chevy Chase is trying to get through the desert and he's throwing his watch off? That's going to be our 12 o'clock hour.
Hey, kids, you thirsty?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I even put on, because I didn't take my glasses with me to the men's locker room. You want the whole story? Here you go.
Well, I went
inside here to the first person I saw. Hey, can you tell me if they have any sunscreen for sale here on the campus?
On the campus.
So they pointed me to the pro shop. I go to the pro shop, and I got the "You're not from around here" biggest answer was, I was like, hey, do you guys have any sunscreen for sale here in the pro shop? What was the answer? Sir, the sunscreen is complimentary in the men's locker room.
The locker room.
Right.
New member alert.
Right in the locker room.
Right.
Or trespasser.
So I had to nod, the old knowingly nod to the security guard by the men's locker room that I belong in here.
You passed the test, sir. Welcome aboard.
And so I nod as I'm walking into the country club locker room here, and then, of course, the first rookie mistake I make, I turn right, open the door, and that, of course, is where they keep the water heater and the vacuum.
Did you do the?
And everybody in the locker room looks, what the hell is this guy doing?
Did you do water heater checks out? Yep. Looks like, all right, she's working fine.
Yep. Vacuum's still in here, guys. If y'all need it.
All right. Where's that sunscreen?
So I walked through the guys who apparently got in a workout today before they're going to do great business deals. They're in there, and the bottles all look like, there's some that looks like mouthwash, but it's in a squirt bottle, but it's got little cups. There's hand lotion, there's shaving cream.
So were you just baffled when you walked in there?
Yeah, but I didn't have my glasses. So I mean, they're all the same thing. So I've either put shaving cream, suntan lotion, or just more lotion on top of me. And if it's more lotion, I'm going to fry like an egg.
Do you guys remember it was a thing in the 80s and 90s?
Crisco?
Either Crisco, and I knew idiots in Cuyahoga County that would put motor oil on.
I didn't do that, but we did Crisco.
Yeah, they read somewhere that motor oil would give you a deep, dark tan.
Vince Weiser's pool, Tony Lyle,
Yeah.
Laurie Johnson, the whole crew. That's exactly what we do. We did baby oil. Yep.
Yeah, baby oil, Crisco. I've heard it all. I mean, you are absolutely baking yourself if you do that. Now, you perhaps have done it. We don't know. We'll see it at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, if I start smelling like the bacon they didn't have for us this morning at breakfast, that'll be what's happening.
Eating with Dunaway is such an adventure.
They had boudin, though.
I know.
I know. They were pushing that boudin on us, too. You want the boudin? Hell no, I don't want the boudin.
All right, 877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It starts Friday with a big one on the Boulevard. Biggest party you've ever seen. Doubleheader of racing Saturday. and Cole Swindell in concert and the Geico 500 Sunday. You can secure your spot, and don't forget to enhance your weekend with that immersive garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR, presented by Cool Ray, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It is the eating adventure with Dunaway. We go in, I order something, and I'm like, I'd like a protein with it. And she says, well, your options are bacon or boudin. And I'm like, boudin sounds a little heavy for breakfast, so I'm going to go bacon. And Dunaway says, I think I'll have some bacon too. She comes back from the kitchen and says, I am sorry, we're out of bacon. And I'm like, that's an interesting strategy for a breakfast place. To be out of
absolutely.
Bacon.
Great poll question, Taylor. Can you even serve breakfast if you don't have bacon?
I don't think it's possible.
I mean, if
It's
you're
not
a
breakfast without bacon.
If you're a breakfast restaurant and you're quote unquote out of bacon, you got issues. That's trouble right there.
When it's early in the week.
Oh, it was 6:30 in the morning when we were eating.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not, I mean, what is this? Is this Wednesday?
Yeah,
it's Wednesday. Unless your bacon truck comes on Wednesday, you've got a bad plan.
And correct me if I'm wrong. In the classic My Cousin Vinny, when he said, "I guess we'll have breakfast," they had bacon.
Yeah. Oh no, there's no doubt about that. Ingredients. So she comes back. She goes, "We're out of bacon. I can get you some boudin." And I'm like, that way. I'm like, y'all are pushing that boudin a little too hard, and I'm not interested in boudin for breakfast.
You got any cold couscous with that boudin?
So, and I said, so are those the only choices? And she goes, oh, we got ham. And I was like, well, when were you going to spring that one on me? When were you going to tell me you got ham?
We'll take the ham.
And we took the ham.
Yeah.
How was the ham?
It was good. It was good.
Man.
Yeah.
Dunaway didn't eat his.
I didn't. The omelet was fantastic. I didn't need the ham. It was already in the omelet. I didn't even know that. Speaking of cold couscous and boudin, our friends at LSU during their spring game, and don't you feel like that the SEC Western champion is playing their spring game this Saturday?
Oh
Either LSU or
Alabama or LSU.
Yeah, it's one of those. I'd be shocked.
Yeah,
I'd be
if
blown away.
I don't guess you can bet it like this and just straight up like this. You'd have to combo something. But if I could take two and give you the field in the West, I would love to do it.
Yeah,
you can, but you'd be laying a lot.
Yeah. It wouldn't be worth it. Yeah.
Everyone seems to be surprised that I think LSU is going to be picked to win the SEC West at SEC Media Days, which, by the way, is just 89 days away up in Nashville. Well, we'll be on the road again for that show up in Nashville. But I'm telling you guys, LSU is going to be picked to win the West.
No, I don't think they are, Jim. Yeah. I think, and I'm not going to be surprised if they do win the West. I'm not saying that.
I think they will win the West,
and they may. I mean, to me, I would make it almost a toss-up with them in Alabama. I still think Alabama gets picked.
Well, I think it's a toss-up, but again, and I've mentioned this once earlier this year on the show, but the fact that it's not in Birmingham is less Alabama media people that will be casting the vote for the all-SEC team and all of that. So it's an opportunity, I think, for LSU to be voted to win the West. And historically, when other teams have been voted to win the West in Nick Saban's times, Alabama's only won the West, they've won the SEC, and they've won the national championship.
I think it'll be extremely tight, but the fact that the game is going to be played in Tuscaloosa, I think, will make people lean Alabama.
I mean, that is the whole thing is, I'll have to explain to people how the West works, but once you win that game, it really is an uphill climb for the other team. I mean, they're going to need Alabama to lose twice in conference, and one of them's not going to be LSU. So you start finding other conference losses for Alabama, and it gets really, really hard.
Jayden Daniels back is a big deciding factor when you got quarterback back, right?
Yep, absolutely.
A guy we haven't talked a lot about who has looked good about every time he's been into the game. You may want to go catch up.
No, it's good.
It's good. Okay, is Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier could be a very interesting portal guy here in a second, right?
Yeah, I agree. Watching him against Georgia and just watching him when he was out there, he can sling it.
Yeah.
And I think he would be a quality quarterback in a lot of systems. But, Jayden Daniels, another guy that I guess LSU quarterbacks just continue to surprise and amaze me. Going back to Joe Burrow, the season he had in 19, it wasn't quite that last year. But Jayden Daniels, damn, I thought coming from Arizona State, how inconsistent he was, I thought he would really struggle in the SEC.
I did too. And I think early on, you weren't really sold on him, were you?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination.
But by the end of the year,
he got better as it goes on. He's going to be the starter. And it'll be interesting to see if Garrett Nussmeier is a guy who hits the portal. If it's not his, if he doesn't feel good about staying at LSU, I would assume he's able to get his degree here at the end of this semester because he's been in school for a minute. You get it so much faster nowadays. And he's a guy who could go to Florida, Auburn. If Alabama doesn't like their quarterback situation, if Georgia doesn't, I mean, everybody's feel like they've got their quarterbacks at Alabama and Georgia, but Garrett Nussmeier is a guy who I think has put out enough tape that there are programs out there, good programs out there that could look at Garrett Nussmeier and go, all right, man, that's a guy that when he's been in the game, he's looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if I was Garrett, I'd take a serious look at the portal. Because to me, Jaden Daniels, and I don't know if I'm overstating this.
And it's his last year, so Jaden is out after this.
I think Jaden Daniels is probably Brian Kelly's best quarterback he's had.
Well,
and I'm going back to Notre Dame.
You're gonna have to remind me, and I always ask you this: was it Golshin?
No, it's the kid who had Notre Dame.
Golson that played in the. Now I was just asking who played in the championship game. It was Everett Golson, right, against Alabama?
But the one that had them in the playoffs that lost to Alabama.
Oh yeah.
In 2020.
Oh my gosh, how do I
always want to say
he's still playing in the NFL?
Yeah, that guy's pretty good.
Yeah.
I
can't remember his name though, but he's really good.
No, I know who you're talking about though, and I think you're right, Dunaway. I think that's the guy. I always struggle to remember who actually quarterbacked them in that national championship game against Bama, and it's Everett Golson. But I think the one you're talking about is the one.
Yeah,
but I would agree with Lance. I think Jaden Daniels has an opportunity to be better than that.
So LSU's spring game is going on
Ian
this
Book.
weekend. Ian Book.
Yep. Thank you, Len, my believer.
I thought Book was really good.
Got a start for the Saints not too long ago.
1 o'clock LSU, 2 o'clock Alabama, both streaming on the SEC Network and ESPN Plus streaming services. There, we'll talk about Tennessee in the back burner at the top of the hour with Jayson Swain, how they're rebuilding at Tennessee, and how some people think automatically they'll take a step back, but some others think Tennessee can keep it riding. Double-digit wins on Rocky Top. Jason coming up in the second part of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
Look, it's local pizza. It's local ingredients. My late friend, Jeff Bajaya, the guy that created the concept, it was one location in Lakeview. It has since grown. His brothers, Jason and Chris, continue to run it. Vestavia now, Montevallo now, Crestline Park. Delicious pizzas, some of the most unique pizzas you'll ever get. What all's on that soul pie?
It has got turnip greens, black-eyed peas, Conecuh sausage, good cheese. They put onions on there. I'm not a big onion guy, so I asked for no onions. It's phenomenal. I would suggest it to anyone.
Yeah, Dunaway discovered the Hot Mama, which I'm a huge fan of. It's got a lot of kick because it's got that hot honey sriracha sauce on it.
Love it.
Just, the regular pepperoni, the spicy Hawaiian, fantastic pizzas. For more information, you can go online, stop by one of the 4 locations, or slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, I thought last night I'd lost my freaking mind when I saw this headline, and it was wide receiver Evan Stewart makes NIL deal with coach. And I thought to myself, is this where we are now?
Coach, I promise you.
Is this where we are now that Evan Stewart can make a deal with Jimbo Fisher, who's making all this money, to get a little extra money?
Was it Coach product?
It was the luxury fashion brand Coach, as I opened it up. But the headline said, Evan Stewart makes NIL deal with Coach. And I was like, what is Jimbo doing? What is Jimbo doing?
Hey, Nick Saban told us that last year, right?
When you saw the headline, you're like, Nick's going to be on our show tomorrow.
Gonna have to ask Nick about this. I just thought that was interesting. But Evan Stewart, great freshman year, really good receiver for Texas A&M. And I think he may benefit the most for Bobby Petrino being there to sort of modernize those passing trees that Jimbo Fisher has sort of let get stale over the years.
Yeah, look, and A&M's had a long history of really good wide receivers. And I think Evan Stewart is that next, you're talking about one of your favorite Bucks of all time, Mike Evans. And then, obviously Christian Kirk still playing in the league. And Evan Stewart has an opportunity to be a really special player in his sophomore year.
Yep. We're 129 days away from week 0 of the college football season, 89 days away from SEC Media Days up in Nashville, Tennessee. That countdown to kickoff brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. We're not that far away from Mother's Day. The best gift out there, or just the anytime gift for that special someone in your life, is our friends at Woodhouse.
Yeah, a gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa. It's the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7. Go to BirminghamWoodhouseSpas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. You can buy them 24/7 online, or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Go see Casey Stewart, that incredible staff. It's right there at the Summit Shopping Center.
Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines brought to you by the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to go to school. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Check that out. A scheduled in-person tour. 23 fully funded scholarship Division II sports. Montevallo.edu. In basketball, Tennessee gets Santiago Vescavi. He is returning to Tennessee, not leaving for the NBA. Braves win their 8th straight last night. They go 3-10 this afternoon out in San Diego, trying to finish up the sweep right there. Speaking of a win, UAB walks it off against Alabama baseball last night, a 4-3 in 11 innings down at Regions Field. Bama's off to Missouri. Auburn beat Samford 13-3. They host Mississippi State this weekend. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs and more college football here from Tuscaloosa in just a second.
All right, let's talk some Tennessee football, though, with former Tennessee great Jayson Swain. You can now follow him on Twitter at Swain Event, the Swain Event there on the Sports Animal. You can follow that there at Sports Animal 99.1, but go follow him at Swain Event on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Jason? How are you?
I'm great. I'm looking at you guys on YouTube, and you look great. Beautiful day in Alabama. Good to be with you guys.
Well, thank you, man. It is a nice day here. We're in Tuscaloosa at North River Yacht Club for the Rise Golf Tournament. It's a great foundation that helps kids here in Tuscaloosa. Coach Saban out playing. He'll be with us in a little bit. I want to go back to your spring game. I was the Tennessee spring game. I was talking to a Tennessee fan here in Birmingham, or back in Birmingham the other day, and he he said, look, I wanted Nico to win the job, honestly. He said, but I think Joe Milton's going to win this job. It's just spring, but that Tennessee fan, you would tell him what about Joe Milton and Nico?
Joe Milton is quarterback one, and there's no doubt about it. You look at his performance in the Orange Bowl; he was in command. The throws that he made in that game, Clemson's defense really made it hard for Tennessee to be able to run the football there in the first half. But Joe's command, his leadership, being patient, didn't turn the ball over, and then when there was an opportunity to deliver the ball into the end zone, you saw what he was able to do on passes to Squirrel White, passes to Brew McCoy, and then hit a big-time throw over the top to Ramel Keaton for another touchdown. So Joe was spectacular in the Orange Bowl. He continued that momentum. Nico's a freshman. Is he talented? Absolutely. One of the most talented quarterbacks I've seen come out in a very, very long time. But it's not his time right now. In the Orange and White game, you saw the flashes of greatness and brilliance with Nico, but he is QB2 right now. And I think that's a good thing for Tennessee. I think it's a good thing for Nico. You don't want to throw him in after Hendon Hooker and expect him to do some of the same things that Hendon did because Hendon is in his second year in the offense and very, very seasoned college quarterback. So Nico needs some time.
Obviously, big losses at the wide receiver position with Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman. You mentioned Brew McCoy, and you saw flashes early at USC. You saw some flashes last year. Do you think this is the year Brew breaks out? And if not, who is that guy?
Yeah, when you look at the slot position, I think it's easy to point at that position and go, okay, well, whoever's playing that position next is probably going to break out. I mean, Bayless Jones in Heupel's first year was the one who broke out, and along with Tillman. But Bayless played a lot of college football and did not have the season that he had his last year at Tennessee when he was moved to slot. And then the next guy was Jalen Hyatt, who goes out and wins the Biletnikoff, and now is going to be a nice draft pick for Tennessee here in a couple of days. The next guy up is going to be Squirrel White and the Oregon transfer, Dante Thornton, who will play some slot. Brew made some big plays in the Florida game. Made some big plays in the LSU game, and a huge catch across the middle against Alabama on the last drive. Last year was his best year as a college athlete. I mean, 5-star player that transferred a couple times, had an off-the-field deal that got cleared up, but he's happy. He's happy. He's playing in this offense. He's making plays. I expect him to continue to make plays, but it's hard to look at any other position besides the slot position in Josh Heupel's offense and expect those guys to put up more numbers in the slot. We just haven't seen it in the last 2 years.
But tell me, because the people, and I'm one of those who say, okay, it was an unbelievable year for Tennessee. Can they match that season or improve this year? And the SECs, oftentimes you take a step back. And if they are not going to continue to improve, if they're not going to get 10 wins, 11 wins, go unbeaten, could it be the lack of experience and playmakers at receiver? You know the position so well. Explain to me how this receiving room compares to last season's receiving room, which was so dynamic all across sideline to sideline.
The receiver group is a group I'm the least concerned about, honestly, on offense.
Okay.
Because Ramel Keaton has experience. I mean, he had a breakout year last year. Big time catch, diving catch against Florida, made a good third down play, catch and run against Alabama, had a touchdown against Clemson. He's ready to go. He's experienced. And then you look at Squirrel and Thornton in the slot, and then Brew McCoy. So I'm not worried about the receivers really at all. I mean, there's a nice group of guys beyond those three I mentioned that have opportunity to play. So do we see more 4 receiver sets? Do we see more guys getting opportunity to be out there at wide receiver? I mean, there was a concern really with the offense and being able to continue what Tennessee did last year. It would be with the offensive line. I mean, Tennessee lost Darnell Wright, who is going to be a top 15, 20 pick, who has climbed up the draft chart faster than any other tackle in this draft. And then you also replacing Jerome Carvin, who's a senior, who was very reliable for you, consistent player, leader, reliable as far as being healthy. You're losing him, and Tennessee was able to go out and get a John Campbell Jr. transfer from Miami, get a Andre Andrew Carrick from Texas to come in, and you're trying to basically piece together this offensive line again. That was the reason why Tennessee was as good as they were last year, because the offensive line wasn't expected to be that good, and they were. So the offensive line is probably, honestly, the biggest concern.
Jayson Swain is with us at Swain Event, the Tennessee standout, now with a sports animal there in Knoxville. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Everybody that played the Tennessee secondary, except for a guy that might be drafted in the top 10, oddly, scorched them. How much can they improve that from year 2 Josh Heupel to year 3 Josh Heupel?
How much? How much time you guys got? I mean, a lot.
I mean, there's really only one way to go, though, Jason. I mean, they could not have been much worse.
Exactly. It was rough. It was rough. And whenever you look at the secondary, you know, kind of point the finger at the secondary, you can always look at the front, and they can share some of the blame as well, because they work hand in hand. If you're getting pressure on the quarterback, it obviously helps your secondary be able to get interceptions and get their hands on balls. And so, yeah, you have, you know, Byron Young, who's going to be a draft pick, very athletic, but the pass rush for Tennessee could have been a whole lot better for sure. But the secondary, there's no doubt about it. You had some injuries. You had to move over a guy like Danico Slaughter, who's more comfortable playing safety. His first time playing corner last year. I mean, it just wasn't a good situation. And Tennessee went out and hit the portal, brought in some guys. Look at the freshman class. A lot of players from the secondary in that class. I want to say it's about 5 or 6 that are coming in. But Tennessee getting a corner transfer from BYU, and Gabe Julie-Lally, who transferred from Vanderbilt to BYU and BYU to Tennessee. And so I think he's going to be a guy that will have opportunity to compete for the starting job. I'll be surprised if he doesn't win it. But the secondary has to be better, and the pass rush has to be better. Rodney Garner, defensive line coach, challenged the defensive line to be a whole lot better. And I think if they do that, it's going to help out the secondary.
Well, year 2, Tennessee starts 8-0. They beat Alabama. They get to number 1 in the college football rankings. What is the expectation year 3 for Josh Heupel in Tennessee?
Well, to maintain. I mean, 11 wins is hard to do in the SEC. And we know Alabama's going to come back, and they have the game against Tennessee circled. It's there in Tuscaloosa. They have a new quarterback. Tennessee has a new quarterback. You look at Tennessee against Georgia. They have a new quarterback, replacing a bunch of guys. And Tennessee lost to South Carolina. And so 9 to 10 wins, that range is kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, I put a lot of respect on Hendon Hooker's name. A guy that was so great, was a Heisman Trophy candidate, probably should have been in New York. You don't lose a guy like that and turn around and go, okay, yeah, we're gonna win 11 games again, no problem. No, it's going to be difficult to replicate that type of success when you lose great players. And so Tennessee is replacing great players from last year. Jalen Hyatt, Hendon Hooker, Darnell Wright, Jeremy Banks, Byron Young. Like, you're replacing some really, really good players. And that's going to be a challenge. And so we'll see how Tennessee's able to do that.
Our conversation with Jayson Swain continues, brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. Your journey to healthy living starts with one website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your consultation is free. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. It's so funny to me. I've been in this business long enough, Jason. Back in the day, it was Tennessee and Florida in the East that was the dominance, and then it was the West for so many years. But you look at where Kentucky's doing, what they should be with Devin Leary, what Beamer's doing at South Carolina. Tennessee is now a national champion, playoff contender. Georgia's a 2-time national champion. It does feel like maybe a split, but a little slightly advantage East on the tougher division right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because Florida is just not the same Florida that we have known. South Carolina beat Tennessee, beat Clemson in back-to-back weeks. I mean, that was a remarkable 2-week stretch by the Gamecocks. Kentucky's not your same Kentucky at all. Tennessee's doing what they're doing. Georgia's doing what they're doing. You know, A&M had a really bad year last year, and I think that probably put the favor in the East a little bit. But I expect them to be better. I expect LSU to be a whole lot better under Brian Kelly. He's gonna do well there. But yeah, the East is stronger right now than the West for sure.
You tell me, what 3 permanent games do you want at Tennessee? If Greg Sankey came to you and said, "Okay, Jayson, you pick the 3 permanent rivals as we move forward," who would it be?
Alabama's number one, no doubt about it. I think the other two that make sense for Tennessee. I mean, when you look at other rivalries, I mean, Kentucky's a rivalry game, but I would be okay not playing it. Vanderbilt is a rivalry game, but I would be okay, not playing it. But the new rivalry between Tennessee and South Carolina, man, it's spicy. I kind of like it a lot. You can go Florida if you want to, but I think Alabama with a mix or combination of Kentucky, Vanderbilt, South Carolina probably would make sense.
Interesting. I give you props for not just saying, look, they've played Vandy and Kentucky forever. You got to keep those. I mean, I like keeping it spicy. South Carolina, Tennessee, let's keep it spicy. He is Jayson Swain. Go follow him at Swain Event. Catch his show on the Sports Animal there. You get all the info there at Swain Event on Twitter. Jayson, thank you for the time, man. Always fun talking with you.
Hey, thank y'all. Y'all have a good one.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. Jayson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And he gave us a couple of diamonds in the rough to discuss there. If you're looking for your diamond, our friends at Bromberg's can hook you up.
Yeah, since 1836, family owned and operated, they are your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question this spring, you need to get in. See them, Mountain Brook, Summit, 2 great locations. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. You can always shop online right now. Go to Brombergs.com, and Mother's Day is coming up, right?
Mother's Day is coming up. Always a great gift is a piece of jewelry from
Yeah.
our friends at Brombergs. All right, so a couple of things he mentioned there. One, you see where he goes. We're going to have Nick Saban sitting over here. I doubt we'll talk. I don't know what we'll talk about, but I'm not sure we're going to bring up
about that NHL player.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to talk about Alabama, Auburn, and LSU, the 3 that could be out there. But in your discussions, reporting, belief, do you feel like that we're set on a 9-game schedule with those 3 permanent teams for Alabama? And because when you hear, now I've always said it doesn't make a difference. You can play everybody every other year.
You do say that. That's only if there's a 9-game schedule, though.
Yeah, and that's right. So do you think there's still some taste buds out there for an 8-game conference schedule?
Well, I mean, I think there have always been some taste buds. I had just always heard that the guys or the schools that want the 9-game have the advantage. They've got the numbers in the vote. That may not be true anymore. I don't know. Maybe some people have, gone back and forth a little bit and decided we're having some wind issues here, Jimmy. Maybe some people have gone back and forth and decided, that's not beneficial to them. I don't know, to answer your question, but I think it's the only way you can do it. I think it's the only way that makes sense. I think it's what Greg Sankey wants. I don't know that Greg Sankey gets to 100% make that call.
Don't you feel like the TV partner is going to have a big say in this?
Sure.
Since they're paying so much money.
Yeah. And I think the 9-game makes the most sense because, to your point, even with your permanent 3, you are going to play everybody every other year.
And I don't want it to get to what conference did this? I think it was the Big East. I don't know. There was a conference at one point in basketball, and they do this in the NFL where the best teams play the best teams for the TV product, right? And the schedules are not balanced. But that's sort of why this 9-game schedule where you're playing everybody every other year, I think the concern is the out-of-conference games that the SEC has really signed on for through years like 2035, 2037 of playing a great or 2 really good out-of-conference Power 5 games when you're playing 9 in the league, and then you're going to throw, say, Alabama at Notre Dame and then Alabama home to Florida State or whatever into the same schedule. Does that become too much?
I don't think so now with the playoff expansion, because you can go 9-3 and still get in the college football playoff.
I mean, if you play a challenging schedule, and Alabama, for instance, has got numerous years now where they've got 2, Power 5 conference out-of-conference games. So I think if you play that in addition to a 9-game SEC schedule, I'm with Lance. I mean, 3 losses still has you in the mix for this thing.
Because you would hope the selection committee and whatever we're using says, man, they played these teams, but still 3 losses compared. I mean,
2 losses you can sort of stomach if you got a tremendous schedule. 3 losses, and I don't care who you're playing. There are going to be some 1-loss teams out there going to be like, they lost 3 games. We're going to put them in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, but that 1-loss team should be in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're a 1-loss team, I don't think they're the ones that are getting. I think a 3-loss team would get in over a 2-loss team. And,
I think a 3-loss team will get in year 1.
Okay, let's do this. Coming up later in the show, Brownie, you jot down a couple of the future games Alabama has, because I think they're going to the point where Greg Byrne and his scheduling with Nick Saban, however it works, have come up where they're playing a elite team and a really good Power 5 team, sort of mediocre Power 5 team in the same year. Find me a couple of years down the road where adding that to a 9-game schedule that may include Texas, LSU, Auburn, Tennessee, all that, how that could look down the road. One more thing in this segment, right after LT tells us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Spring weather here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
If I said put your paycheck on which division was the toughest this year, last year of divisions, most likely, coming up in May, when we announce the schedule plan, we're likely going to go no division. So this will be the last of the East and the West. Is it close to 50-50?
I think it's close. Now, Jayson seemed to close the book on it and say it's East. I would disagree with him on that so quickly. Georgia's the best team in the SEC right now. I think Alabama and LSU are the next 2. So, you've got the best, and then the next 2 are in the West. So that evens you up a little bit.
Yeah, but then 4 is probably Tennessee right now.
4 is probably Tennessee. Where do you go at 5?
5 is interesting.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
Yep, that'd
We've
be
got
great.
a schedule change with Coach Saban. He's going to be up at 10:40. Thank you.
Okay. That is fantastic.
5.
It's so bunched up right now.
Yeah, are we going right now? Are we going the last 5 years? I mean, I don't know. I got confidence that Georgia's going to stay where they are. I got confidence Alabama and LSU are going to stay where they are. I mean, I do right now have confidence in Josh Heupel in Tennessee right now. But, I mean, you know how things change. Tennessee was a dominant program under Phil Fulmer, and then they went through the desert for 15 years.
Okay, quick break here, short segment in the next, and then we'll talk to Nick Saban coming up around 10:40 this morning. Show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. That's our look ahead. Michelson Laser Vision. We will talk to Nick Saban here at 10:40 on the next round. Tell us about Michelson, my friend.
969-8100. That is the number you need to call. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Look, I wore the contacts for a decade. I was wasting money on contacts and solution each and every year. Finally went to see Dr. Michelson 2 decades ago. I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, 2015 vision. I've still got it. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Again, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
We're back.
We're back?
We're back.
No, we're back with you right here
Yes.
on the Next Round live.
We're back.
Live from North River as we get ready to talk to Nick Saban now a little bit later on this half hour. So we'll get to Coach here, and we'll keep it commercial free here until Coach comes up. What do you think, sir, about 5 to 10 minutes? So we'll go commercial free here.
Another rock block, Jim?
Another rock block here,
Commercial
commercial
free.
free. But it's being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza, which will have a great place to go to lunch after you hear us talk to Nick Saban in a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to dinner with a buddy tonight. I think Slice is going to be the call. Again, it's local pizza, local ingredients, created by the Bajalia brothers. 4 locations now for you: the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, one Crestline Park. Again, some of the best specialty pizzas out there. We were talking about the soul pie earlier, the wing and the prayer, spicy Hawaiian, the Bajalia special. For more information, you can go online, go to slicebirmingham.com, or get in for lunch or dinner.
Rockstar, if you can give me the Bill O'Brien soundbite from yesterday up in New England. The one-time Alabama offensive coordinator, now the coordinator back in New England, a program there in Foxborough that Nick Saban's very familiar with Bill Belichick. Mac Jones is there. There's been a lot of all-season press about Mac Jones and Bill Belichick being on the wrong side of some discussions. And Bill O'Brien yesterday had this to say about Mac Jones and the situation he sort of is inheriting with that little feud between Mac and Bill Belichick. Here is the new offensive coordinator there in New England.
How good could Mac Jones be? You know, I think, Tom, the big thing for us right now is everybody's starting with a clean slate. You know, I think that every year is different. I think this year is no different than any other year relative to each year in the NFL is different, right? So what you did in the past, or whether it's a player or a coach or anybody in the organization, really has no bearing on what happens moving forward. So, we just started yesterday, and we're looking forward to having a good phase 1 and then a good phase 2 and then a good phase 3, and that's kind of what it's all about. So no ceiling?
So how good can Mac Jones be? And he goes, for every player, it's a clean slate. To me, that tells you that any bad blood is behind you, but also that everything you've done right is behind you, too. It's a clean slate there in New England for Mac Jones. Big year for him with that organization.
Yeah, well, I mean, a couple of things. He didn't have a ton of weapons. I think he lost his confidence last year. You know, the NFL is a cruel animal. Played really well at times his rookie season. To me, Mac has got a ceiling of a guy like Kirk Cousins. Like, I don't think Mac's ever going to be an elite quarterback. I think Mac can be really good. He can carve a 10 to 15-year career, make a lot of money. He can take teams to the playoffs. But I just don't see him being an elite quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, I do think he can flourish under Bill O'Brien, though. I mean, say what you want about Bill O'Brien's offenses in Tuscaloosa, but Bill O'Brien's offenses in the NFL have been pretty good offenses. Now, the caveat that everybody's always going to throw out to that is, yeah, he was coaching Tom Brady and Deshaun Watson. He had 2 elite quarterbacks. But, did he make Tom Brady and Deshaun Watson better?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking that.
I think so, too. It's better having a guy who can call plays as opposed to what Mac Jones had last year.
So, I mean, I think he made those offenses better with those 2 players. So, I think there is some upside for Mac Jones just because Bill O'Brien is back calling the offense. Say what you want about him in Tuscaloosa, but the guy has proven to be a good NFL offensive coach, right?
Oh, I would agree, yeah.
Okay, so he's proven to be a good offensive NFL coach. So I think Mac Jones can flourish under there. And listen, he's got to, because you've mentioned it before. When you look at that roster, it doesn't look like where the Bills and Dolphins or even the Jets are now. Now, the Jets still don't have a quarterback. What are we in day like 68 of that?
Yeah, but if that eventually goes down, I mean, I think there's a big gap between those 3.
I agree.
In New England.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I think New England's the clear number 4 team in that division.
We'll talk to Nick Saban coming up here in a moment. Another one of his former quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts, got that big contract this year, 5 years, $255 million. Word coming out this week that he had a minor procedure on his right ankle to clean up a little metal, stuff that was in there from 2018 and a surgery he had while he was playing here at Alabama. But such a big week for Jalen, and it sets the table, I think, for a couple other quarterbacks in Jalen's area, the Joe Burrow and Justin Herberts, and Lamar Jackson to some degree, but really Burrow and Herbert, who are waiting on that first big contract for their professional careers. What Jalen Hurts got this week has got to be good news if you're Burrow and Herbert.
Well, I think Burrow, his deal will get worked out this year, and it is going to be massive. Because you think about what Joe Burrow has done, much like Jalen Hurts. I mean, Joe got Cincinnati to a Super Bowl. They had a 4th quarter lead. Consistently, when healthy, he has been, at worst, the 3rd best quarterback in the league. And, as good as Jalen was this year and was in the MVP conversation, and again, was able to get Philadelphia to a Super Bowl, and, such a dramatic leap from last year to this year, Joe Burrow's still the better quarterback.
He is. I mean, and that's why this Jalen Hurts deal is so interesting. And I think it's a deal you had to do because he just took you to the Super Bowl and played basically MVP level football for you, right? Had Hurts not gone out injured, he wins the MVP.
Oh, yeah. Because he missed 2 or 3 starts.
Yeah, 2 or 3 starts. So he played MVP level football for you. So you had to do this deal for him. But I think this deal is so fascinating for Lamar Jackson, a guy who has been an MVP. This is really fascinating for Joe Burrow, to your point, because I think if you're Joe Burrow's agent, you walk in and they say, okay, Mr. Brown, hey, I'm Ryan Brown, no relation, by the way. I'm Joe Burrow's agent here. I'm going to be negotiating this deal for Joe. And Dunaway, you're the team owner. You're the Brown family. You say, where do you want to start? And I say, well, there's where Jalen Hurts is.
Right.
And they say, well,
traditionally, I don't pay as much as Philadelphia. Now, what do you want?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's probably. Now, can I interest you in some gift cards?
He ain't hitting the free market.
Well, I mean, but if I'm Joe Burrow's agent, I'm like, would you trade Joe today for Jalen Hurts? Be honest with me. Would you trade Joe today for Jalen Hurts?
Well, I think the key is how good is Joe Burrow without some elite receivers. I want to be able, if I'm Cincinnati, to keep Jamar Chase and the other receivers they've got there, and that's how you come up with a big plan. And I think that benefits Joe Burrow too.
Yeah, that's where I say, Lance, like elite NFL quarterbacks, they always want the bag. But really the best business plan, and now I'll say that Kansas City is not operating under this business plan right now, and they've made it work. But the best business plan is quarterback take a little less so you got money to go get weapons.
Well, that didn't work with the Rams did it the opposite way too. I mean, they paid Matt Stafford a lot of money,
right?
And they were able to get one. Now they're paying for it on the backside.
Well, yeah. I mean, the way the Rams did it, you cannot withstand that. And the Rams knew that. They were trying to buy a Super Bowl basically.
But back to the Joe Burrow for Jalen Hurts. If you put Joe Burrow on the Eagles, they
were in the Super Bowl already.
Well, they were. I'm just saying they would represent the NFC for 3 of the next 4 years.
Yeah.
I feel very confident in that. The AFC is so stacked.
Yeah. Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing helps you. We'll talk to Nick Saban here in just a second before Coach wraps up his duties out here at North River. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. That will get you to Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Free no-cost roof inspection and everything that you need there from Greg from Pell City there on Facebook. Alabama head coach Nick Saban making his way into the chair here.
Hey, Coach. Good to see you again.
Guys.
A-Day coming up here in Tuscaloosa this weekend. But first, we spent the night last night in a great hotel here in Tuscaloosa, Alamite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a great stay there. It's just a beautiful location here in Tuscaloosa.
That's Miss Terry's.
Yeah.
Did she decorate it?
Yeah.
It's a unique place.
It
I'd
really
never been in there before. It's awesome.
Yeah, it was a nice stay. So you're out here, and we're out here to raise awareness for the RISE program that's been here at the university since back in the mid '70s, and Nick's kids now for almost 2 decades, dedicating a lot of resources to helping kids here in our state. Tell us about the RISE program and why it became so important to you when you got here.
I think the RISE program offers opportunities not only for disadvantaged children, but also all the children in the community. And I don't think there's anybody in town who has young children that would not like for them to be able to get into RISE. So to be able to support that, I think our players do a lot of community service there, read to the kids. Miss Terry's involved with it. We got some wonderful people that in the community that support it and make it possible. And I think Coach Stallings really sort of was the guy that made people aware of how important it was because of Johnny and his situation. And Coach Stallings provided great mentorship and leadership for a lot of people in the community to support RISE. And I think it's one of the most important things we can do in the community.
We were talking about one of your former players just a second ago, Jalen Hurts, and the contract he received last week or this week, $255 million. A lot of people, including us, didn't know if he would even start in the league. And now annual salary, he's making more than anybody in the history of the league. Just Jalen Hurts, his determination, dedication, work ethic. They've got to be some of the top you've seen, right?
Well, first of all, we're happy for Jalen and his family, and he's been rewarded for just what you said. You couldn't find a better guy, can't find a better leader, can't find a more determined, hardworking guy that's got great sense of purpose and not only understands what he wants to do, but he has a willingness to do all the things he needed to do to develop and get it done. My hat's off to him. They had a great year at the Eagles this year, and he had a great year, and we're just happy that the organization recognized the fact that he's going to be their quarterback for a long time.
You may have the number one, or one of your former players, maybe the number one overall draft pick, and the odds are right now looking like it could be Bryce Young. How important, you obviously sell the NFL as part of your recruiting pitch. Does it help to have the number one overall draft pick when you're out there recruiting a kid that might want to come play quarterback at Alabama?
Well, I don't think there's any question about the fact that the last 3 quarterbacks we have had at Alabama are all starters in the league, including Jalen. And Bryce may be, the first guy picked in the draft. I think all those things are, selling points to guys that want to have a career and develop a career, really at any position, but especially the quarterback position. It, speaks volumes of the sort of offense that we've had that is quarterback friendly, and the receivers that we've also had that have been very successful as well. So we're excited for Bryce. We're certainly hopeful that, everything works out for him. I don't think there's any question about the fact that most people agree that, he was the most productive guy, in the draft at that position. But, they all take size and all that kind of stuff into consideration. So, hopefully it's not where you get picked in a draft, though. It's really what kind of career you have. And he's the kind of guy that whatever happens in this he's going to be very dedicated to trying to be the best player he can be.
He played at one of the best high school programs in the history of high school football, basically. The first time you saw him on tape, I don't know if you look at tape this way, it's probably what you're going to tell me, but did you look at him and say, that kid could be the number one overall pick one day?
I don't look at tape that way.
I knew you were going to say that, yeah.
And it's so hard to say because we don't have the opportunity to evaluate the other players. When you're in the league, which I was in the league for 8 years, you have the opportunity to evaluate all the players so you can make comparisons. But it's very difficult to make those comparisons when you're just looking at your players, and especially when you look at a high school player, because I think the most important thing we try to get our high school guys, regardless of what position, is to focus on their development. they all want to be first-round draft picks someday, but what do you have to do it? And what are you willing to sacrifice to be able to do it? And how can you stay focused on not the outcome, but what you have to do to get the outcome? And I think that's the most important thing. And, Bryce did an outstanding job of that. And a lot of our players have been rewarded very well for, I think we had something like 70 players on NFL rosters last year. So we're proud of that. And it does help in recruiting.
Do you find watching tape relaxing? Like he watches movies, he goes to a driving range. I don't know what I do to relax. When you start watching tape, you get into your zone of reviewing a practice or a game or looking at prospects. Have you gotten to a point where that's sort of relaxing to you?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy recruiting. I enjoy the evaluation process, which is really, really important. Not only is a guy a good player or bad player, but how does he fit in terms of the critical factors that you need for a guy to play in your system, whether it's offense, defense, special teams, or whatever. So I really do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. The really good ones, though, they stick out.
Do you find Miss Terry telling you sometimes, hey, no watching tape today, we need to do this? Does she ever try to reel you in on tape watching?
I got it kind of jerry-rigged to where I do it when there's not much going on. Like I get up early in the morning and I'll do it maybe before church or whatever, before there's a lot of activity. She usually lays out, here's the schedule. We're going to see the grandkids at 2:00 today. So whatever else you want to do, you got to get it done by 2:00.
2:00 the deadline, right?
Random question. What are the worst weather conditions you've ever coached a game in?
Well, Cleveland, I bet.
Oh, it had to be Michigan
Well,
State.
Michigan State, Cleveland, he's been all over.
I think Buffalo, the last 2 times we played at Buffalo, it was horrible. When I was at the head coach of the Dolphins, we played up there in December, and it was the worst kind of 40 degrees, 38 degrees, sleeting, raining, windy. And then when I was at Houston Oilers, Buffalo was in the Super Bowl those years in a row, but we were always kind of the next best team, so we always had to play them. We always had to play them in Buffalo.
Were you on that staff with the comeback against
no,
Frank Reich?
No,
I
wasn't there then. I was there in 88 and 89. And,
no way he lets that go.
We played in Buffalo, and there had to be 7 feet of snow on the ground, and the snowballs coming at the bus riding in are, something you don't forget. But it was also about 20 below. So
yeah, that's why God doesn't let it snow in Baton Rouge to keep that from happening in places like that.
Yeah, as a lifelong Dolphins fan, I do love it though when the schedule comes out and we have that early season game in Buffalo and they got late season in Miami, because New England and Buffalo have never handled late season in Miami well. That's a hard place to play late in the year. I mean, it's 85 degrees and you've been practicing in the snow.
Yeah, that was my first question I asked Mr. Huizenga when I went there is, why are we in the division with these guys?
I've asked him many times.
The Jets,
Coach.
New England, and Buffalo, because we're going to have to play 2 of those games up there in December, and everybody else was a little more regionally sort of divided from the division standpoint. But it was really a logical fan base type thing because there were a lot of Northeastern people in South Florida. So sometimes we played the Jets, that'd be 20,000 Jets fans.
I know.
We had you on a couple of years ago. It was Game of Thrones. It was the final season, and we were talking to you about Game of Thrones. Do you watch Succession?
I have not, but Miss Terry has sort of said maybe we should watch.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
it's
good,
incredible.
Coach. So good.
Yeah, I hear it's really good. But
I know you
we're
don't have a
looking.
ton of time.
We're actually looking for something. So this interview was beneficial.
Okay,
Well, I'm glad we can help. What have you watched recently though? What have you just finished watching?
Oh man. There's nothing that would.
Because my wife and I, it's constant trying to find something we both like. I don't know if you struggle with that with your wife, but I mean,
well, one that is one to remember that I liked. Of course, you got to read the,
subtitles.
But we watched Resurrection, which was about historic Turkey and how it developed, and back in the old days. And it said there was 5 seasons, but it didn't tell you that there were 85 episodes in every season. So,
wow. Well, you're committed at that point, aren't you?
It took like 2 years to watch it. So, I watch one episode at 10 o'clock at night right before I go to bed. That's it.
Yeah.
So it took a long time.
This event usually with the Rise program is usually after A Day. When on the calendar do you get your golf game like at the A+ level? Your top whatever you can do golfing now. When is that? June, July?
Probably July.
July?
June used to be a pretty good month in coaching, college coaching, and now it's one of the most hectic, busiest months because as soon as they changed the recruiting rules that guys could visit in the summer, you got your team working out, you've got recruits every weekend, and then we historically have, 10 days of camp. So between high school camps, recruiting, coaching your team, it's one of the busiest months now. July is probably the best month, and that's probably when I play the most.
If we had this calendar that you have to endure right now in college football, would you still be doing this if you'd had that way back at the beginning? I mean, it seems like you guys are working more now than ever before.
I think that's probably true, and I think the portal creates a whole different dynamic in terms of you have to recruit your team because people are trying to poach guys off of your team. So, that's something you never had to do before. You have a whole nother evaluation process of all the guys that get in the portal. Can any of these guys actually help our team? And we haven't been big in the portal. I think we took 2 guys 1 year, 4 guys, and we took 2 guys this year. So, but we do constantly look and see if there is somebody who could help our roster, and we'll do the same thing this spring.
What is the bigger pain in the ass for a coach, though, NIL or transfer portal?
Well, first of all, I think NLI is good for the players. I think it gives them an opportunity, but to make money and use their name, image, and likeness, which is what it was supposed to be. But what we've made it, and the unintended consequence of collectives and, creating opportunities for players that they really didn't create on their own, and you use that in recruiting, and it becomes a pay-for-play type of thing. I don't think that's what anybody wanted it to be or thinks it should be. And maybe we'll get some guardrails on it at some point in time that it doesn't have those kinds of implications. But when you put the portal and NLI together, where somebody can say, hey, if you get in a portal, we'll pay you this much to come to our school. That's a little bit of an issue that I don't think is a consequence of that anybody anticipated as well.
All right, one question from Rockstar. He's back in Birmingham. We will hear him, our producer, Rockstar. Fire away, Rockstar.
Well, it's a serious question this time. I just finished a very depressing book called Killers of the Flower Moon. And I was curious if, Coach, you did a Oprah Winfrey's Book of the Month club. What would be one of your books you would recommend first?
Well, I read a lot of coaching books, and probably one that probably impacted me the most philosophically is, John Wooden's old book about process and his pyramid of success and all that. But I'm reading one now that is very interesting to me because I like history and I like cultural things, is The End of the World is Just the Beginning. And it's a very interesting book because it talks about cultures, how they developed, why they developed because of circumstances, how people tried to, if you could develop something, somebody tried to take it from you, and how that historically, sort of developed all the cultures through time, and how, it's affecting us now and how it will change the cultures that we have to live in the future. So pretty interesting to me, at least. Probably boring to most people.
No, I love that.
No.
I love that stuff.
Sounds like something you will use in a lesson to your team at some point, building a program and people trying to take it away from you.
Yeah, well, that's been the case for a while now. And last couple of years, somebody's been successful, so we need to try to take it back.
Before you go, my youngest daughter came home from school the other day. They were battling for the homeroom pizza party, and she lost, and she was upset about it. And I said, "Why did you lose?" She goes, "Well, Dad, you know my friend Amelie?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, I've not met her, baby, but tell me." And she goes, "Well, her granddad, who's the name of the coach at Alabama football?" I said, "Well, that's Nick Saban." She goes, "What's her granddad? And we can't beat him." And I said, "Well, baby, if you think I'm getting a bidding war with Miss Terry, you're crazy." You keep winning, Coach.
Well,
you're dominating.
Hopefully Amelie's doing it because of who she is, and she's, a great little young girl. And
I know my daughter loves her. They're good friends.
Been the love of our life.
Yeah.
The grandkids have been great. Miss Terry loves it. And sort of the unintended consequences of that is I get a little more time to myself sometimes because you just kind of move down on the list. It's the kids, and then it's the grandkids, then the dogs, then you fit in somewhere. After that.
When we set up here, it was 77 degrees. I apologize for it being 102 right now as we sit here in the heat.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, that's one thing that really affected practice yesterday was it was really the first really warm day, in the mid 80s that we'd had all spring. And I think with pads, that was a little difficult for some of the players.
Yeah, I'm the one that would be wilting. I wouldn't be on your team. You would have cut me a long time ago.
I think Coach knows that.
Yeah, Nick Saban, appreciate your time and thank you for what you do with the RISE program out here. I know they're happy to have you here, and they're waiting to take you to another room, I'm sure, over here. So, Coach, thank you, man. We'll see you Saturday.
Good, appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Appreciate you.
Back in a moment here on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Back with you from beautiful North River as we bring awareness and raise a few dollars for the RISE program. It's been around since the mid-'70s, helping with kids in the Tuscaloosa and areas around Tuscaloosa with some childhood development. And it's just a beautiful program. You heard Nick Saban with us talk about the value of that education you get here with the RISE program. You can go to our websites
and our social media feeds today, including mine, and get an easy link to learn more about the RISE program and donate anytime throughout the year if you choose to do so. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Big Alabama fans up there at JohnsonRVCenter.com. 2 great locations.
Yeah, they're fantastic people, man. And they got that Clean Sweep RV sales event going on through the month of April. Let me point out one at both stores right now. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. If they're still there, I haven't checked with Nick recently, last couple days, but I know they were getting rid of a lot of these. That Clipper 12.0 TDXL, just $15,995, $159 a month with 10% down. Available at both locations. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. As always, lifetime warranty on any new RV or used under 2 years of age. And you can always see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, over in the Coca-Cola Zero, Coke Zero chat room, some people commenting. Brandy, what do you have for us?
So, by the way, I just scrolling through here after Coach left us, a lot of comments about praising the back row, Rockstar and the gang, Scott, Tyler, for all their work today. I would agree 100% with that wholheartedly. Elliot,
anytime we're on the road and actually on the air, it's all those guys in the back.
There's no doubt. Elliot says A+++ for the on location show. So props to the back row there. So some Nick Saban comments. Blake says, big question. Will Rockstar have a question for Coach? Every single time, no problem. TR says, I wonder, and this sounds like a shot at Saban's age, I wonder if guys like Saban can stay so engaged in their latter years because it's like a new puzzle they're trying to figure out every year. I don't know if that was a shot at Saban's age. I don't think he meant it that way, but I do think that's part of it for Nick Saban. It's the way he's always approached it, is every year is a year of its own, right? You know, when you won the national championship in 2011, in Nick Saban's mind, that should not have impacted 2012 at all. Yeah. It doesn't make you any more likely to win the national championship at 12. You shouldn't concentrate on the fact that you won the national championship and let it hurt you in 12, right? Every year has a life of its own.
And in fact, the changing landscape of it all is probably what has kept him in the game this long. It resets him. It challenges him. If they had won some of these other national championships, maybe it got boring. I would imagine that was one reason he wanted to scratch the NFL itch at some point. He was like, is this going to be enough for me? Well, he went to the NFL. He didn't like it. He came back here. And if there hadn't been some of these challenges, if there hadn't been, the NIL, the transfer portal, maybe this all gets boring at some point, but it changes so much almost annually. And now new members coming into the league, I think it is something that has fueled him to keep him going this long.
Yeah. Do you think if he never would have scratched that itch and gone and taken that Miami job, do you think he would have retired? If he was still at LSU, if he never would have left LSU, you think he would have retired by now?
He would have gone to the NFL at some point,
right?
If it hadn't been then, if he'd have stayed, say, 15 years at LSU, then eventually he would have tried the NFL because he was too well regarded as a NFL coordinator and so tied to Bill Belichick and their success and the Bills' success that eventually he would have had to go there to see if he liked it.
Yeah, I just think, though, what he found was probably what he feared is this is a guy that loves to have control. He likes to control everything. And you get to do that, Lance, as you know, way more in college than you do in the NFL. I mean, in the NFL, the players run a lot of it. I mean, coaches and players are coworkers. In college, you've still got that coach and player under the coach relationship. Now, by the way, name, image, and likeness and the transfer portal have closed that gap some. I mean, it's more professional than it's ever been in college football, but it's still not to the level where they view each other as coworkers.
Well, back to the NIL, and we asked him, NIL transfer portal, it's got to be bad because you hear stories about players that get paid from a certain team, and then the next year they want more. And if you don't give me more, then I'm going to leave your program.
Yeah. Michael says Coach should watch The Blacklist.
I didn't like it.
Rockstar, didn't you like that?
I have never seen it. Is that James Spader?
All right.
Never seen it.
Yeah, Reed and Emily like it a lot, and C. Stu loves it. But I watched a couple of episodes, and it was I thought it was hokey.
I got a text from a friend of mine named Terry. He's like, you didn't ask him anything specific about this Alabama football team.
That is correct, yes.
We did not.
He talks about it every single day.
Yeah, that's what the girls here at the Rise program were talking. I think he was enjoying the conversation, not talking football.
Yeah, I mean, literally, he is in front of the media, 3 times a week?
3 times a week, and we'll do it Saturday after A-Day.
I did get a
with television cameras.
Text from our buddy Mark, and he said only the next round could have Saban on, and 2 days later, or
Yeah, 2 days later, Joe Exotic. Yeah,
That's true. That's a good point.
I wonder if Nick knows who Joe Exotic is. If we'd asked him.
Let's see. Legacy is a great book, according to JT. Must read about the culture of the New Zealand All Blacks. All Blacks, for those that don't know, is a famous rugby team there. The All Blacks and All Whites in New Zealand. Big rivalry. It has nothing to do with the racial makeup of the team, but it's a huge rivalry there.
Uncomfortable names.
The All Blacks. I felt
All Blacks versus the All Whites.
Yes, I felt as though I needed to point that out.
Yes.
Yeah, they're in New Zealand.
Yeah. I will tell you that it's always fun to get out at these events and see so many folks who not only watch or listen to the show, and we appreciate that so much, but who give of their time. I mean, the number of people that's on property today giving their time on a Wednesday work day, including Nick Saban, because they're in spring football. A-Day does not end until Saturday. This is still in the middle of a work week, but he took a big chunk out of his schedule to be here today, as did every volunteer, everybody who paid to play in this tournament. And I just love being at these events, and we're glad to be here. We'll continue the conversation coming up on the other side. We've got trash for you in our normal Todd Fuhrman still to come as we broadcast live from North River today, being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR. We hope to be back out in the sun on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. I think I saw yesterday high of 67 and maybe partly cloudy, so a day a lot like we're experiencing right here at North River. That's what you're going to have at Talladega. Should be a fun weekend. It all starts Friday with a big one on the Boulevard, which is just a massive party that you will regret if you miss. Then a doubleheader of racing on Saturday, Cole Swindell in concert, and then it all caps off with the Geico 500 there at Talladega Super Speedway. Make sure you add that garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. It will really change the way you experience Talladega. You'll thank me for that. It's presented by Cool Ray. You can see all the info on that and reserve your spot at this year's Geico 500 weekend by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or visiting TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, Dry Tech is ready to help. Call Dry Tech first, not the insurance company. Dry Tech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the Dry Tech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, Dry Tech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call Dry Tech immediately, 205-637-0143.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Rockstar, let's see how well you know the host of the show. Before they get back in here, this can be our Odie's question of the day. All right. One of the hosts has gone to get sunscreen on. The other has gone to find a cocktail. Can you match up which one went to get sunscreen and which one went to find a cocktail? How well do you know your host, Rockstar, with the answer?
Lance has got his cocktail in his hand and a water. Good, you got to stay refreshed to chase that cocktail. And Brown's going to clean up those sunglasses because he's got suntan lotion
I got a little sunscreen.
I will tell you this, Rocky.
On my sunglasses.
The girls here are like, just grab a beer and just grab this vodka drink. And I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. So I got water. This is my 5th bottle of water today, by the way.
Congrats.
Running through the water there.
But I did commit us to next year, both days.
Okay.
Oh, both days.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're doing their event on Thursday night.
I mean, what? How long are you in there?
long enough to commit.
Did I miss the full segment?
3 minutes and 30 seconds. That kind of commitment from Lance, without even asking his partners, brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where he'll be at trivia tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. That was one of the reasons I was like, man, it's a marathon day for me. I really don't need to start drinking beer yet. Odie's Tavern tonight, though. Odie's team trivia, me and Rockstar. First time in, I think, 3 or 4 weeks for me. Start up about 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo special. It's a Birmingham institution. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern.
Love my daughter. It's opening night for her play at Montevallo, but she's sitting in their dorm room, actually her apartment, and
watching the show.
Flicked on the show briefly, which she never does.
What's up, Harper?
She got an alert. Got an alert about Nick Saban, and jumped on the show and said, "Are you older than Nick Saban, Dad?"
That is cutting right to the core.
That's a kick to the balls.
It really is.
So my first child asking me if I am older than Nick Saban. Because she says his hair looks fantastic.
You know,
why don't you have hair like Nick Saban does?
Well, because you cut yours off and you don't color it. But sitting there, I got to say, now he's got the summer tan going. Just looking across at him over there next to Lance, you know, we normally just see him on the camera. Did look younger than, I mean, it's like he's almost aging backwards. Now, when you look at him when he first got to Alabama, you can tell a distinct difference now. But, I mean, the man has slowed down aging. I don't think, at least in his look.
Well, LT always told me it was money. Money can slow down a lot.
Well,
of
I
things.
think that does slow a lot of things down. But to me, he becomes more and more relaxed every year, and I think that does help.
Well,
stress can age you.
And a lot of people in the Cook Zero chat room are talking about that. Is that that was probably the most relaxed they've ever seen him with us. I mean, now look, he's at North River. This is a charity event that he's very passionate about. It's in spring football right before the spring game.
And he knew I wasn't going to ask him about Texas A&M and NIL.
Yeah. Though the joke was made by him to you afterwards.
Well, we weren't on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, so, and he's speaking here at lunch, so he knew this was not hey, I need to do this show and get on to doing something else.
But I did feel guilty. You know, it's one of those things we're so used to asking 1 or 2 questions each, and so the girls back there were like, "You guys should have kept him longer."
Yeah, he would have gone longer, and I was like, I don't know. It's hot as heck out here.
Yeah, and he had a pullover on.
We're getting paid to sit right here in the sun. He is not. All right. So you mentioned Odie's tonight. That's good. We jump into the conversation here this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great lunch there. Champy'sChicken.com. They're about to be serving lunch right behind us here, but I saw bread out, so some sandwiches and stuff back there. Odie's, if you're in, Champy's, if you're in the area, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great place to grab lunch today. Southern Fried Chicken, all the sides, the Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. We will get to that Mount Rushmore question of your 4 people you put on Mount Rushmore for television characters
later in the show.
I've got mine, by the way.
I've got mine, but we're going to do it later in the show. Trash in the next segment. Todd, we'll do it after Todd Fuhrman.
All right.
So we'll put that right there, a little programming for you guys. But I did want to get back to the National Football League for a second, because it's draft week a week from tomorrow night, right? It's draft night a week from tomorrow night out in Kansas City. And there are a couple of interesting things going on. First off, Carolina GM Scott Fitterer says he has not told Bryce Young he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, though Bryce Young has canceled any meetings or any workouts or any of that with any other team.
Which he had already visited Houston too. So,
right. Do you feel like Scott Fitterer is being truthful here with us, that nobody with Carolina has told Bryce Young he's going to be the number 1 overall pick?
I think it's what you have to say, Jim, for this reason. There is still an outside possibility, remote as it might be, that somebody is willing to trade up with them. Somebody contacts them and is like, we really want Bryce Young. Here's what we've got to offer.
We'll give you Aaron Rodgers and our first-round draft picks for the next 3 years.
I mean, you never know what you're going to get. Why close the door on that when you don't have to? I mean, they've got the first pick. If he says, I want to pick Lance Taylor, until they actually draft Lance, it doesn't matter. I mean, he could draft anybody he wants. You've got the first pick. Why close the door and tell the rest of the league, don't shop any draft to us, or don't shop any trade to us?
You're not going to show your hand. I agree 100%. They know that if they stay at 1, Bryce is their guy.
Yeah. They've got all the cards. I just don't see any reason to close the door on that. And, the interesting thing is, maybe you used to do this perhaps to give you an edge in negotiation, but that is so automatic now. Everything's so slotted now on what these guys are going to get.
But Bryce is the overwhelming favorite in Vegas to be the number 1 overall pick next Thursday night. He made tours on ESPN, NFL Network, and everything in New York today. So Bryce Young getting a lot of a plug. He was on Ryan
Seacrest.
No. The
Clark. No,
Ryan Clark's podcast.
Actually, Reed told me that the other day.
The Pivot. It is such a good interview.
Yeah, Reed told me that. Reed said, "Go watch that. It is so good."
Yeah, and that's just a great podcast that Ryan Clark does there with the.
By the way, he's nominated for an Emmy.
Ryan Clark is.
Yeah, I think he's really good. I'll tell you
too, and I love that the Pivot podcast is fantastic.
Where he really shined was the night DeMar Hamlin got hurt, and it was he and Scott Van Pelt were basically stuck on a set for 2 hours, with that being the only story they could talk about and not having a whole lot of new information. And Van Pelt was phenomenal in guiding Ryan Clark through that discussion, and Clark was really good too.
Yep. The other thing in the NFL going on right now, and I find this fascinating, that there are reports now in the Bay Area that San Francisco has gotten multiple inquiries about a possible trade for Trey Lance, and that there are people in the 49ers organizations that are thinking about that the offers are so good, it's making the 49ers think about Trey Lance being shipped off in a trade before he really ever becomes the starting quarterback in San Francisco, because it looks like now he's not going to be the starting quarterback in San Francisco. That it's Brock Purdy coming off that Tommy John surgery.
Well, it was the back and forth between John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan on whether or not to draft Trey Lance. We still don't have a big enough sample size, in my opinion. I think you've got a big enough sample size with Brock Purdy. With what they've got, Brock Purdy fits that system. I mean, he's just a younger Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not going to cost you any money.
They're making fun of my legs. That's what you're getting on your watch there, Dunaway. I mean, one of the smart Alex from the office tweeted and said the Aliceville Women's Prison has rioted over Brown's legs getting smoked. And then Rockstar said, after I sunscreened up, they got some sheen on them now. Is that right, Rockstar?
They do. It looks like you just spilled some white paint on them. They got some sheen. They are shiny.
Well, I mean, I went SPF 30, man. I know you guys are back there in the air-conditioned studio, but we're out here grinding in the sun and the heat, right?
How's the pizza today, by the way?
We haven't got it yet. It's typical. We're arguing how many toppings we want to do.
I don't know, Trey Lance. I don't feel like I've
back to the Trey Lance conversation right after Brownie tells us about you did a nice break there from Trey Lance, drop in an Indy Grand Prix.
I was going to
commercial there.
Yep, I'll do it.
These legs could be at Barber Motorsports coming soon with the Indy Grand Prix.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll need to wear pants. I don't want to upset the ladies. I don't want to cause anybody to fall into sin. Indy Grand Prix of Alabama is coming up, and it's got a new name, but it's the same great race. The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, April 28th through the 30th at Barber Motorsports Park. Our boy Paul Feinbaum is going to give the most famous command in racing. Elio Castroneves will be there. Scott Dixon, Marcus Erickson among the field of the fastest race car drivers in the world. Do not miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. Tickets are limited, selling fast. Get yours at IndyAlabama.com.
Now, your thoughts on Trey Lance? What was it?
Well, my thoughts was, have you seen enough of him to know if you could build your NFL franchise around him?
Not at all. And they've seen enough on him, of him to say, we're going to take Brock Purdy coming off of surgery if we trade Trey Lance.
Yeah, so, I mean, that seems like a hard sell to me if I'm another NFL franchise. Like, I haven't seen enough of him to think I can build an NFL franchise, but you're telling me you've seen enough of him to say you can't build an NFL franchise around him.
And that's why, like the portal in college football, when you, like, if you're coming from a lower tier SEC, lower tier powered team, then that's one thing. But if you're a portal guy from Georgia, LSU, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Texas, places like that, and you're in the portal, if I'm an upper tier program like Alabama, or a program like that, if you're one of those top tiers that I just mentioned, why would you want that guy? Now, Jameson Williams worked out, so I sort of talked myself into a circle here. He worked out, but a lot of those guys who are coming from great programs, if that great program and you're a great program, why would you want that guy? So to Brown's point, if I'm an NFL team and they're willing to go with the last guy in the draft, Brock Purdy, who did great, who's coming off surgery, and they're willing to part ways with Trey Lance, why would I really want to pay a lot to get him?
Yeah, I really don't know what the market is for Trey Lance. I would be shocked if somebody gave up a first round for Trey Lance.
Now, Jameson Williams, though, in hindsight, like, could you have watched film? Because, help me if I'm right, it was Garrett Wilson and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
No, Chris Olave.
Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson were in the receiver room there, right? So you watch that and you're like, I mean, I get why he can't get on the field. I mean, these are two high-level NFL guys.
Yeah, had 8 receptions. And I remember seeing him. He played in the national championship against Alabama.
Yeah, I just don't think there's going to be a lot of those kind of people
I think that was
in the portal from those programs.
Well, and I think people get spoiled when you see that hidden gem out there because, Tyler Harrell was supposed to be that guy this year for Alabama from Louisville.
Yeah, that guy never saw the field.
Yeah, I mean, how many receptions?
I guess 10.
No, I'd say under 10. I'd go under 10.
I can tell you, but I mean, my guess would be 10.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Another thing is still some cuts, just flat out cuts can happen coming up. Hunter Henry of New England, tight end, expected to be cut for salary reasons and roster reasons. Jordan Lewis, cornerback, Dallas, expected to not be traded, to be just flat out cut. And Joe Mixon of Cincinnati, according to reports, expected to be cut before the NFL draft.
Well, he'll find a spot. I don't know about the others, but Joe Mixon definitely will find a spot.
So
it's a cruel league, man. Brown, when you brought up the other day that the only quarterback on the Rams roster right now is Matt Stafford.
Yeah,
John Wolford's a good backup.
Yeah, and they don't even want him.
Nope.
I mean, just what they do, just release him, Lance.
Yeah,
just flat released him.
Yeah, he's a free agent right now.
Yeah.
And do you see what Pittsburgh did? They got Allen Robinson from the Rams. All the Rams now.
I mean,
the Rams gave them Allen Robinson and $10 million
to charity
for a 7th round pick.
It's almost like, seriously, Les Snead and Sean McVay sat down with the devil and they said, look, we're going to get Stafford here. We're going to get Jalen Ramsey. We're going to trade these number 1 picks, and we're going to give you all this back and then some. Just give us 1 Super Bowl.
And they got it. And
that fiddle of gold, was it worth it?
Yeah, it was for me. I told you guys before it ever happened. I just needed 1 more.
Yeah.
Robinson, Wagner, Floyd, Ramsey, virtually nothing back for any of those players. And this was the shocking thing I heard about the Rams today, other than giving a player and $10 million for a 7th round pick, which is crazy. And I think you only swapped 7th round picks, so you really didn't even get an extra pick out of it. Is that right now in the Rams organization, you can have 90 players on contract. They've got 45.
Wait a minute. You can have 90 right now. The Rams got 45?
The Rams have 45 right now that they're paying. They got 45 football players they're paying right now.
Y'all do have a weird setup right now. You got no special teams. Like, you don't have a long snapper or either kicker. You don't have a backup quarterback. You're going to need all these things.
I'm going to assume we're going to field a team this year.
You're going to need all these things. You don't have them right now.
But right now, 45 players. It's like you guys are
did a few layoffs here, and we're gonna bring some people back, some part-time employees for the holidays.
Hey,
Well, the good news for me is I'll be able to get Rams tickets cheaper this year.
I would think so, yeah.
But Stafford's going to feel like he's playing in Detroit again, and how insulting is it going to be? I mean, he got his Super Bowl, so there's a chance that Stafford still could be a Hall of Famer because of that. But watching this year with everybody hyping up Detroit, if Detroit has a really good season and Jared Goff has another good season, and then Stafford's sitting at home for the postseason again. I think when he took the job of the Rams or agreed to that trade, that he thought that this would be a machine for 3 or 4 years.
We will get to trash coming up in the next segment. Part of the show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's, a great location there in Birmingham, a couple of them that can get you that wonderful Mother's Day gift coming up. And anytime you're ready to pop the question, Bromberg's has the answer.
Yeah, Bromberg's is also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded in that Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris is one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that are fully mechanical watches. You're going to love these. They look great. You're seeing them right now on our monitor, but you can see them for yourself at the Summit location. Also, go online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Last night, we get news Draymond Green suspended for 1 game, becomes the first player in the last decade to be suspended from playoff games at multiple locations.
I mean, that is crazy. And
multiple times.
I don't think he was deserving of suspension, honestly.
Again, I think it was more because it was Draymond.
I agree. I mean, I think if another player did that, I think his reputation got him the suspension.
Ejection was warranted. Suspension, probably not. Draymond will miss in the next game. They're down 2-0 to Sacramento. Giannis is doubtful tonight for game 2. You've got the Lakers in Memphis, TNT at 6:30. Minnesota and Denver, TNT, 9 o'clock tonight. And Miami and Milwaukee. In Milwaukee, NBA TV tonight, 8 o'clock for that one. And with no Giannis, is there a chance the Heat could go up 2-0? And what does the Hero injury mean for Miami?
Yeah, I mean, Hero is a really, really good player that can knock down big-time shots. But obviously, Giannis is a much bigger loss. Everything's going to fall on Chris Middleton tonight. I still think Milwaukee gets this one.
You still think Milwaukee gets it?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get – so your favorite right now to win the finals is the Celtics. But right behind them is Milwaukee at 3-1. And, the prolonged diagnosis is that Giannis is going to be fine, probably for game 3.
But a back can be tweaked anytime. So I wouldn't be running to the window to put it on the Bucks to win the East or make it or win the NBA championship. All right, so that's what's happening tonight. If you just want your out-of-nowhere thing to watch, U.S. men's soccer playing Mexico, always a great rivalry, 9 o'clock tonight on TBS. We mentioned to start the show, the Braves have won 8 straight, 3:10 afternoon games. They try to get the sweep over the San Diego Padres. They're 14-4, second-best record in Major League Baseball. All right, when we come back, we will do trash. Do want to point out here, A-Day here in Tuscaloosa, 2 o'clock, a little later than usual, 2 o'clock coming up at Bryant-Denny Stadium this week. LSU has their spring game this week. So too does Nebraska, Colorado, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Washington, Notre Dame, Duke, and Iowa. Some really good spring games all happening Saturday around college football. We will get to a little controversy with Texas A&M, one DB on his way out. Not happy that his NIL deal didn't work out in College Station. They brought in a different DB, and then they brought in a different DB, and then they brought in a third DB from the portal, pushing this guy out. He's not happy. That and trash coming up on the other side on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is where you go for info on this weekend's Geico 500 weekend. It all starts Friday with that big one on the Boulevard. Biggest party you'll see anywhere. And then Saturday, a doubleheader of racing. Plus, don't forget Cole Swindell in concert. And then it all wraps up Sunday with a Geico 500. Add the garage experience to your experience. It is the most immersive in NASCAR. You'll thank me for giving that little heads up right there. It is presented by Cool Ray. You can see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Reserve your spot there or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Back with you on the next round as we broadcast live here from beautiful North River on what is a perfect day. Still not one cloud in the sky. A great day to be on the golf course.
Yes.
And a lot of people were as they raise a great amount of money here for the RISE program, a program that's been in Tuscaloosa with the University of Alabama since the mid-'70s. You heard Nick Saban talk about his love for it earlier. And when he got here, Gene Stallings, who told him how important the RISE program was to this university and this community. You can get ways you can donate by going to our social media platform and just learn more about RISE. And maybe at some point over the next year or two, you'll find a little extra money and you want to donate and support these great kids with the RISE program or help someone else be a student at the RISE school over their young childhood. It's a great way and a great way to help out your community and always a great way to give back. And we appreciate being treated so well out here at North River today. And we appreciate our time with Nick Saban in person, Jayson Swain, who has been with us already, Todd Fuhrman still to come at the top of the hour. Before I tell you what happened to one Texas A&M player who's on his way out of College Station, I want to remind you that Legacy Credit Union right now is having its annual swap and drop program. Whether you're a member of Legacy or want to become a new member to take advantage of this, you can swap your auto loan to Legacy and drop the rate. It's the swap and drop program. Swap your car loan from another provider to Legacy Credit Union, and that way you're going to save money. You'll end up getting new rates right there.
You can apply online or in one of their 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area, Legacy Credit Union, legacycreditunion.com to see those locations of their 9 Birmingham area branches, or to get more details about the Swap and Drop program, a proud supporter of UAB athletics. It is legacycreditunion.com. So Texas A&M, Bobby Taylor, here's what he sent out last night. Bobby Taylor is a Texas A&M DB. He enters the portal. He makes the announcement last night, I'm in the portal, and he says, and don't think I wanted to leave, end quote.
He got processed, huh?
He did. He becomes the 26th Texas A&M Aggie to leave in the portal in what was a series of recruiting and NIL misfortunes for a number of players. They have left Texas A&M now, 26 of them.
Wow. And
here is, it's not official, but here's the next straw that may have broke the back of Bobby Taylor. Texas A&M landed Boston College DB Josh DeBerry, who is considered to be very good, even though he was at Boston College. Not a great team last year, but he's got skills. He's coming in as a DB. They've already brought in Florida State's Sam McCall and North Carolina's Tony Grimes, and everybody knows how good Tony Grimes is. McCall was really good at Florida State. Boston College DeBerry comes in. That's 3 additions right at the same position that Bobby Taylor, who is being forced out, he makes it seem on social media, from the program he wanted to play for.
Now, I don't know if he was in that big recruiting class.
I don't know.
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot with that, but I think one day an interesting story that an athletic or somebody like that should do is,
it should be an interesting 30 for 30.
Yeah, 30 for 30 is tracking everybody that signed in that class and had those big NIL deals and what became of them.
Yeah, 30 for 30, broken promises. What if I told you?
What if I told
you?
The
greatest recruiting class in college history
wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like, I don't know if you guys, the Pony Express is one of my favorite, or Pony Excess. It's a great name, and it's one of my favorite 30 for 30s. This one would feel like it had those vibes. Now, I don't know. I could go back and look and like, hey, Brown, 75% of those guys are producing. I don't know.
Evan Stewart is really good. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think that could be fascinating one day.
Yeah. So at least the outside looking in, it seems like a broken promises.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Interesting there at Texas A&M. This was fascinating to me yesterday, and I did not think he was on course to do this, but Kyle Whittingham tells folks that cover Utah that Cam Rising's rehab from an ACL injury in the Rose Bowl is going well. And Whittingham says, quote, I expect him to be ready for the opener against Florida.
That is impressive. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, so what are you looking at there? 8 months? The Rose Bowl is obviously January 1. That game is going to be the first Thursday night. It's an August game. I mean, almost 9 months to the day that he'll be playing. That's a pretty incredible recovery.
That seems to be right on the edge of believability.
To be at full game speed in just 9 months?
We expect him to be ready for the Florida game.
I guess it just depends on, the severity of the injury. You got to think back, we were doing SEC media days at the Galleria, and Cam Akers blows his knee and right at the end of training camp and ends up playing
July.
He played 3 months later.
Yeah. I mean, modern medicine's incredible. Guys get back from stuff way quicker than I ever imagined they would.
All right, let's do trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Brown,
will you hand me the trash is in my bag?
Okay.
We're talking about
interesting strategy I've never really understood.
We've been dropping stuff left and right.
Now, if I said something like that, you would have called me a word. Yeah, absolutely. Here is
boy, that really wore you out, didn't it?
hit the big button, Rockstar.
So I have everything set up. Well, it starts filling in, getting crowded. I'm ready for the game. I'm all excited. About an hour before the game, I have a tap on my shoulder. And I turn around and look.
Here it goes.
And he's like, hey,
here it goes.
You're in my seat. And I was like, no, this is my seat. And he's like, no, I'm with WJOX. This is my seat. And I was like, I don't know how to make it work because I knew who Ryan Brown was.
Yeah.
And spoiler alert, it was Ryan Brown that was doing this to me.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Well, that timed out perfect for Brown not wanting to get up and walk 2 feet for your paper.
I could not have played that better.
People get to see the real side.
Rockstar's got the best timing. Buying a home, major milestone of life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, also Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Dunaway's created his own air conditioner. He's got a couple of eyes.
Brown's making fun of me, but when I was poor, this was the only air conditioning we had.
Wait, how do you do it?
Blow into the ice.
Blow
You
into
blow
the
in
ice
the
and it
ice.
blows cold air up on your face. I look over, Dunaway's doing that.
Trailer park air conditioning, right? Ready? Man,
I think you should start pounding some beers right now.
Rockstar, you would. I mean, this. I don't know who this would be up their alley the most. I found this thing on TikTok, Rockstar.
Imagine that. I mean, when is your
addicted?
When is your pastor?
I thought you were
preach about TikTok.
Oh, I thought you were anti-China too.
What is your pastor? Who was a great guy, came by.
George Wright.
George Wright. When is Brother Wright going to preach about the downfall of TikTok?
Pastor George.
Brother
Wright. So 80s.
We're all brothers.
I don't know, man. I mean, I watch it for good stuff. Our show's on TikTok. We got crap on TikTok, man.
Yeah,
your little Gym Class Heroes things on TikTok. Little T puts it up there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's all on there. But
yeah. So you're making money off TikTok, Jim.
I roll past it very quickly.
Past Gym Class Heroes?
No, I stopped for our stuff. I roll
okay.
past all the other trucks.
I watch our stuff a little T. But I saw this thing about the most inbred family in America, Rockstar. Have you ever seen this?
Yeah, the guy that coughs. He didn't talk the way he communicates.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, there's one guy that he doesn't know how to communicate. He just barks. He nods his head.
Oh, yeah. So you've seen it. They're in West Virginia.
Can I just point out, Rockstar, this guy here also makes fun of Lance all the time in the mornings, who on his clicks, when he opens up the computer, I can't believe some of the stuff you click on.
No.
But here you go again. Now, you're on TikTok. The most incest family ever. If you'd have clicked on that in the morning,
he would have dogged my ass out.
I mean, what are you clicking on?
So I'm guessing they don't look like the Kardashians.
Rockstar, can you describe them, Rockstar?
Awful. Not very good. Not very good oral hygiene. Very messy.
Sad.
And they go like, I think his name's like Bobby. You're Bobby, right? Okay.
And it's like he does.
Good Bobby. Good Bobby.
No, Rockstar. I mean, Rockstar's right. All he can do is bark. And like Rockstar, the episode I watched, he had just wrecked his car, or
Was
somebody
he raised by a dog?
No, Lance. They're inbred, so they don't have like mental capabilities. Yeah, I mean, it's so sad. But Rockstar,
according to TikTok,
you cannot. No.
No, it was a documentary. It was a YouTube documentary.
Yeah, it is a documentary. Yeah. I mean, it's sad, man.
That sounds like one I want to watch.
Some of the crap you watch, I think it's very
okay. Hey, this one out of Kyle, Texas. Is your name Kyle? Do you know anybody named Kyle? I actually do. I know a couple of Kyles. If so, get ready to gather around in Kyle, Texas. Now, the city located 20 miles south of Austin is hoping to break the Guinness World Record for the largest same-name gathering. So if your name's Kyle and you wanted to break a world record, your time to shine is Sunday, May 21st. There needs to be more than 2,325 cows in Kyle at 4 p.m. that day. Now, the same-name record has been held since 2017 by Kupriska, Koska, and Bosany, with a total of 2,325 participants named Ivan.
Ivan.
Yeah.
So Kyle's are trying to. Would it not be easier with Tom's?
Well,
or somebody like that.
What are you talking about? This might be the world's largest sausage party.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The most number of penises around the fire.
When is this?
Oh man. This is interesting. Man facing charges after police say he allegedly practiced dental work in a hotel room.
Is that a problem? I was not told I couldn't do that.
Danbury police officers responded to the La Quinta Hotel for reports of dental work.
At least he picked a high end.
The La Quinta.
La Quinta.
Officers found a man who was conducting dental referrals. According to police, quote, when officers entered the occupant's room, they found an impromptu operating setup with dental drills, suction machines, and a portable x-ray machine.
Well, all I got was a free breakfast when I checked in.
Bottles of amoxicillin and other medications also found, according to police. Authorities said while officers spoke to the suspect, man left the bathroom with galls in his mouth. He told police he had just gotten a dental procedure done.
I mean, why would you go to La Quinta? I mean, this guy ought to be arrested for operating an unlicensed dental facility.
I'm going to say
but you're the dummy that went to a La Quinta to get dental work done.
You get a pretty good rate, though, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, is it worth it?
It doesn't say anybody was banged up from it.
I mean, is there a chance somebody walking out of room 222 at the La Quinta was asked, "Did you have dental work done?" And he answered, "Ruff, ruff, ruff."
Oh wow.
I know. It's
See,
the Whitaker.
back to the incest
I
story.
got it. It's the Whitaker
okay.
family rock
Oh,
star.
okay. Okay, I got it.
The Whitaker
Woof,
family.
woof.
Okay, so I've got the 10 most American foods of all time according to deslided.com.
Deslided?
Yeah. Never heard of it.
It is
But
a
I like some of
website-
these foods.
It's a good
What
website. They most stuff you watch are they have top 10 lists. They have it's a slideshow. You have to go through all these slides. This website does the same thing, but it's called
Okay, so
Deslided.
you guys, that's such a pain in the
I hate
ass.
the slide
That's why I
shows.
don't look at Bleacher Report or whatever.
Yeah.
It's all slides. Okay, so just tell me, they say the 10 most American foods of all time, if you would even consider it to be one of the top 10s.
Okay.
Okay.
Number one, I do. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, it may be number one.
Well, I'm going to need to hear the rest of the top 10, but I think it's got a spot there, yeah.
Buffalo wings.
I mean, it's very American.
Yeah.
Is
I think you can make an argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not automatic like peanut butter and jelly, but I think it'll be on my list.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like pizza, I think, was invented in China. We give the Italians the credit, but I think China invented it. I mean, there's no argument that buffalo wings were invented in the United States, right? It's Buffalo, New York.
I think that's right.
I'm pretty sure.
That's right.
Fluffer mutters or fluffer nutters.
Fluffer
What the
nutters.
hell is that?
Yeah, it's peanut butter and marshmallow.
Sounds awful.
Yeah.
You eat them, don't you, Dunaway? You like a
I've
fluffer
had
nutter.
them before. There's a local restaurant that does them. I may have had 4 in my life back in my TV days.
I mean, the photo Scott is showing us, that looks better, but I just don't think you can make it that neat.
You can. They
Can
make
Yeah,
it-
and that's why I like this next one is s'mores. Like
Not a
s'mores,
fan.
Yeah, it might be a top 10 American dessert of all time, possibly, but they're a pain in the ass.
Yeah, s'mores way more problems than they're worth
Yeah.
to me.
Now they combine these two, and I think they should be separated: hot dogs and burgers.
Well, they definitely should be
They
separated.
should be
Why
separated.
would we combine those two?
They are definitely one
Yeah.
A, one B, or in there with peanut butter and jelly.
Which-
That's my top 3 right now:
but
peanut
if I-
butter, jelly, hot dogs, and burgers.
If I took one away from you for the rest of your life,
I would want to take. Sadly, I would take hot dogs
I'd
away.
keep the burger.
I'd
Yeah.
keep the burger, but I love a good hot dog.
I
had one
probably
last Friday night. It was so good.
I probably eat burgers over hot dogs 4-1.
do we-
Probably.
I
There's one restaurant I always go the hot dog over the burger.
Of our 72 sponsors, is one of them a sausage, or can I say?
I don't think so, Jim.
Okay,
I think
so-
I would have done that commercial probably.
I had a Kaneka sausage dog, grilled it up at Montevallo.
Hey,
with
no,
Kaneka
those are
sausage
phenomenal.
Stowed on there. Had some pickles that were sliced long like part of a Chicago dog. Put that on there. Some kraut, some mustard. It was so good.
You know what I had on mine the other night?
What?
I got a street dog in Nashville, and it had some kind of like cream cheese on it. It had sriracha sauce. It had peaches, and it had bacon on it.
Really?
Yeah, it was delicious.
That's fascinating.
Nashville dog. I like.
Do you
that.
like bratwurst?
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
don't.
I like a good.
Yeah.
You don't like brats?
I do not.
Oh, yeah, I tell you what, man, a good brat with spicy mustard and some kraut.
Yep, I like that on a normal weenie or a Kaneka sausage.
The fact that Rockstar that Dunaway calls it a weenie is one of the weirder.
Well,
things
it's like
does.
when he says he goes to what, poo
Yeah,
or
it goes to poop.
poop.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you call a hot dog a weenie, it is one of the weirder.
I'm gonna go make BM.
You're gonna what?
Make BM.
That's better, I think.
That's an old man saying.
So, again, we're going through the top 10 most American foods of all time, according to Slided.com. We agree with some, disagree with some. Dessert pies. Very vague here.
That is
If you
quite
would have
vague.
gone apple pie,
Yeah.
I could get it, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
That's essentially what they went with was apple pie.
yeah.
But it's still a dessert.
I don't know what I would say is my favorite pie.
I know which one my favorite pie is, and anything with ice cream.
I'm a pecan pie fan.
I do like pecan pie,
Yeah, it's seasonal though.
but I like sweet potato pie.
Yeah,
I like
pumpkin
pie.
I do like pumpkin pie.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
when you get a scoop of ice cream on an apple pie, if the
Yeah.
crust is good, I'll take that.
I'll tell you, the only pie I think I don't like is coconut cream.
I do like cherry pie.
Yeah, Warrant did too.
Yep.
Yeah, cherry pie's okay. Cherries are a little strong.
Yeah, I'm not a big cherry guy. I don't like cherry cobbler.
Barbecue's on here.
Oh, I mean, it ought to be the number one in my book.
I'd love some barbecue right now.
I smelled some earlier. I smelled
I
something.
bet that's what we have.
I think it's your
Well, that's
legs.
barbecue sauce. What, Rocky?
So I think it's your legs that you're smelling.
Okay. Well,
No, I think
are
it's
y'all-
my chest. I'm trying to button up now.
Are y'all focused on my legs back there? I mean, I'm getting tagged.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Yeah. Nobody's focusing on your legs. I thought they were a little chunky in the picture, actually. But you're a little beefy in the leg department.
Rockstar, do I look beefy? Do my legs look beefy to you, Rockstar?
No. They're very sheen. They're very shiny.
Well, what do y'all want me to do? Yeah, because it's obviously a topic of discussion back at the Blue Lake.
So are his legs more weenies or brats?
I don't like them, so they're brats.
Rockstar, is this better? If I cover them with these 2 napkins, are you happy now,
It's
Rockstar?
not bothering me. You brought it up, and I said the same joke.
Well, y'all did send a picture.
Y'all said, I mean, I've gotten multiple texts from back in the studio about my legs.
We're just concerned about you, man.
We get texts all the time. We don't always jump into the show with them.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jim. I brought it up. Go ahead, Lance.
Chocolate chip cookies.
Can I talk on this one?
Yeah.
I like
Unless
chocolate.
it's about your legs.
Growing up at the trailer park.
Again, too many desserts on this list.
You ever dropped any chocolate chip cookies on your leg?
I'd like to.
And the final one,
drop one on your head.
Final one's Cajun food, which I disagree with.
Would not
I
make
like
my
it,
top
but-
10.
Yeah.
I've got a few more things to do.
Yeah,
Is
let's
that
keep
okay?
going. Yeah.
Here are some of the wildest things the rich are able to purchase that poor people didn't even know exist.
What a slap in the face.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Hello, North River.
Luxury ice cubes.
Luxury ice cubes?
The Glace Luxury Ice Company produces perfectly square ice blocks for minimum dilution and maximum cooling. They're hand carved, completely clear. These cubes are sold in bags of 50, and each bag costs $325.
I mean, that's incredible. They know it's frozen water, right?
My luck, they would melt before I got to the house.
Yeah, I think they jack you up at Lake Martin on a bag of ice if you go to a marina, but damn,
Yeah.
$325 for this?
But,
By the way,
but a really good block of ice and a bourbon, it slows the melting process.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way to go.
maybe I'm just a redneck from Calhoun County that has never seen this, and I'll accept that if y'all tell me. But first time I've ever seen this in our hotel last night, there was something across the hall from my room called a hospitality room.
Yep.
And that's not the first time I've seen that, but there were beer taps in there, but they didn't have them tapped.
Hooked up?
Hooked up. But I opened a drawer, and instead of an ice machine, they just got bags of ice in there. I'm like, well, that's a great idea.
Oh,
I didn't wander in there. I saw it. But
Yeah.
I pulled the taps to see if anything was on tap.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing was there on the 5th floor. But if I'd have looked for the ice, I would have got a bag of ice.
Yeah, it's just freezer doors, and you open it up, and there's bags of ice rather than the
because I don't do the ice machine. I don't do that.
That one, you don't do that one.
I'll do the ice machine.
I'm always
That's so
afraid.
loud.
I'm always
You afraid somebody pees in it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you got to be next level to take a piss in an ice machine in a hotel.
Say vintage Dunaway pick for that.
There's my friend
I've stayed in
Cliff.
the
He's
La
next
Quinta
level.
before.
Okay, here's another wild thing that rich are able to purchase. How about this? Private performances with big name artists. This person went on to say they were on a yacht in the Virgin Islands, and some mega yacht owner pretty close to us had Christina Aguilera flown in to perform on the yacht.
That's nice. Is that a dream situation for you?
That'd be incredible. How about private boarding gate at certain airports, complete with showers, spa, full bar, lounge, food, bed, gym, sauna,
That seems
total
like-
privacy.
That seems like something the Roys would have.
Yeah, your luggage is scanned, taken through security by a concierge. Then you're driven to a plane in a BMW 8 Series. LAX has got them, it says.
You think these people ever sit in a drive-through?
No. How about this one? This guy had a buddy who had a driver, got him a chauffeur's license, then made sure his Jaguar was long enough to meet the criteria as a limo so he could legally drink in the back seat. I think he's got a drinking problem.
I don't think that's just being wealthy.
You think he takes a drink in when he goes to a movie?
Yeah, well, there are coolers and coolers of ice cold beer right now, and I'm melting and I'm not drinking one. Here's another one. If you're willing to fork out $35,000 for the player and $500 per showing, you can watch films that are currently in theaters in your own private home theater.
Oh,
I mean, they get to Netflix, and
I can
that's
also
so
call
quick.
Tommy Firestick. Finally, y'all want shower thoughts?
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody talks about how different life is since the internet and iPhones, but no one talks about how much better life is since banning indoor public smoking.
I mean, I agree completely. Yeah. I agree.
It did smell great downtown Tuscaloosa yesterday with saxophone playing after the sun had set on a beautiful spring evening with that whiff of cigar smoke coming from the cigar bar across the hotel and the sax playing in the background.
Yeah, I've made a decision. I'm going to come down here more. Once a month. I am.
You've made a lot of decisions, man. Once a month. Rockstar, how many over under? He's going to come once a month between now and next April. How many times will Lance be here?
I believe him. I'll give him 2.
Two. That's what that was my number,
Once
2.
a month,
I
too.
do want to remind you guys that I now have access to a lake house down here. That does help.
It is a game changer. I don't disagree.
Okay, how about this? Another shower thought. The wife from the Truman Show was essentially a highly compensated upscale prostitute.
It was Laura Linney. right? That's who played the wife of the Truman Show. I like that
We
movie.
don't need to drop names on the upscale prostitutes.
But that is true. I mean, you do wonder, they had a baby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there had to be something.
Another one, if you put ice in milk, you're weird, but add coffee, it's normal again. Coffee and milk, normal. Ice and coffee, normal. It's just ice and milk that's weird.
That is true. My wife does it.
I don't. Oh, that's
I've
right.
done
Iced
it,
coffee is very popular.
Yeah, my wife does the ice milk.
Smart ass and dumbass are both insults, but somehow badass is a compliment. And finally, in the span of a half a century, we went from cars that have neither a cassette player or CD players to cars that have cassette players to cars that have CD players, and then back to cars that have neither.
That is true.
That's a good point. And nothing you guys have has a CD player in it, does it?
No, the last CD player I had was one of my Ram trucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a minute.
And I'm not even sure it was a CD player. I think it was something that you could put in there to run computer programming if I was working on a work site.
Yeah. Which you never experienced.
Hard
that.
drive.
Yes.
This is a hard drive. That is trash today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, again, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right service, the right advice at the right time. That's why we've partnered with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Call them locally, 205-815-9200 or online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Before Brown tells you about the Coke Zero chat room, I will tell you, busy afternoon for me. I'll be at the Moody Hoover softball game at 4:30 today, watching Forster's daughter hopefully get into the lineup. She's battling an injury for Moody against Hoover, my friend Kate Dingle. It's graduation, senior day for them, so I'll be making some senior announcements at Hoover and then going down to the University of Montevallo to watch my daughter's opening night. You've got trivia tonight. So just a busy afternoon for all of us here at North River. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. If you want to become a student at Montevallo or your son or daughter at Montevallo, Montevallo.edu. Brownie.
Lunsford says at the chat room, between Tuscaloosa and the Floribama Lances, weekends are getting pretty full every night.
He's right.
Yep.
Then he says, who am I kidding? They're going to grind it and go to the Floribama in the week.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about
show.
that in the office yesterday, Lunsford. Man, we've got to get another Floribama trip on the books.
Mullet Tall's coming up soon, Lance.
That's next weekend.
I can't do it.
Montevallo, thank you so much for being part of the show. And also Champy's Chicken. They bring you this hour. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Get by there for lunch or dinner. Say hi to Sterling. Sterling, man, I wish you were here right now. It is toasty out here, but some great fried chicken would be terrific. But I think, do they just deliver us lunch over there?
Is that what that is?
Or another gift bag.
You know, she asked me, she was like, do y'all want taco casa? I'll run and get it for you.
Oh.
And I was like, we do, but we're not going to do that to you.
All right. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
How much are you paying for your auto loan or your RV loan? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union may help you save. It's time for Swap and Drop for all members of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Swap to Legacy and drop that rate. You can apply online at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any Legacy Community Federal Credit Union branch. It's time to swap and drop with Legacy Credit Union, proud supporters of UAB and UAB Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
You and Lance fighting?
Back with you on the next round.
I thought it was me and you.
You know it's been hot out here when Lance moves away from me. I apologize. I doubled up on the deodorant this morning. I even went with my wife's secret on the road. I knew we'd be outside all day.
Why do you have to go with your wives when you're outside?
That's the one I've got in my bag.
I'm thinking about going and buying a pair of shorts.
Inside?
Like for the final hour of the show?
It's just another hour. You make it.
I got a pass.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of which, when your air conditioning goes out, you make one call to our friends at Hemp Hill.
That's what you need to do, Dunaway. You actually need to call
Adam,
Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. I just want to get this special right.
I know.
I was out for a while.
To help you.
Spring weather is here, and this damn thing is hot as hell. Right now, $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure they're HVAC ready to keep up with the changing weather. Remember, Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Their team can service all makes and models. Call them today, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
I've just gone with we were talking about him in the Mystery Fifth Hour. Who is the tennis player that you liked his body, Lance?
Oh, Rafael Nadal.
Yeah.
I liked his body?
I think that was the discussion in Mystery Fifth Hour.
No, Lance wanted his body.
No, it was if you could be anybody else's life. And I was like, I think being like a guy like Rafael Nadal, if he cut his hair.
That was a tease, man. I was trying to get people to go watch the Mystery Fifth Hour. Go there.
Lance likes a guy's body.
Go there and watch Mystery Fifth Hour. But you talked about his capri pants, which I always think I would like if I was a guy having some capri pants. How cool would that be right now if your pants were like this, letting a little wind blow on those ankles?
It might be the only cool time to wear capri pants.
You could just go shorts like me.
Knicks were riding up a little bit too.
They were a little bit, yeah. It was laid across.
Getting a little air on.
I would say that Brown made the right decision outside of the fact that he's going to be scorched.
I'm not. I put on SPF 30. Now Jim, I'll be real quick on this. I promise.
Please.
Samuel mentioned I need to work on my calves.
I got a Peloton, you boy.
Yeah. Not getting used, huh?
I got
that thing on the.
No, I wear it out. I just hadn't been able to. Because of the surgery.
Jim's got one's never been used.
That's not true. My wife uses it all the time.
Well, you put laundry on it, don't you?
That's what I do. She moves it off. She actually uses it.
Why don't you iron that while you got it in your hand?
Yeah. Part of our show today, as we've been telling you from here at North River, brought to you by friends with the Rise School. A great opportunity to learn more about the Rise program and the University of Alabama and how they're helping kids by going to our social media platforms. We were talking spring games earlier. We mentioned Alabama and LSU. Our buddy Matt Rule gets Nebraska on the field. You can actually watch that one Saturday, 1 o'clock, Big Tent Network. I don't know what the expectations are for Matt in the first year at Nebraska, but I get the feeling, and maybe we'll see a little bit in the game on Saturday, that Scott Frost left some talent there that Matt may be able to weave together for a special season. And by special seasons, I just think a return to bowl games would be a great step forward. 6-6.
Yeah, I was having this thought the other day. I don't randomly about Nebraska that I just don't know if it can be fixed. Like I trust Matt Rule, but for Scott Frost to be as bad as he was, he's not that bad of a coach. He was a highly coveted OC at Oregon. We saw what he did at Central Florida, and it was a complete disaster last year.
Well, I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, that the recruiting situation in Nebraska is a tough one. You got to go a long way down a way to find 5-star players at Nebraska.
But how do they do it at Iowa?
They don't. First of all, they don't get 5-star players at Iowa.
Yeah, but they win 8 games every year.
They do win 8 games every year. You make a good point there. I'm going to guess the high school football in that part of the country produces more players than the high school football in the state of Nebraska does. Just a guess. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But you got to go a long way to find 5-star guys, and that's going to be the hard part for Matt Rule. Now, the good news for Matt Rule is what? You're not a big Nebraska guy?
No one Nebraska?
No one Nebraska?
Oh, man, Nick.
Oh, okay. No one LT. The thing about that is Matt Rule has done this at places where you don't get 5 stars. He's done it at Temple. He's done it at Baylor. He wasn't racking up 5-star guys there.
No, he rebuilt Baylor.
He did. Now, can you replicate that in Nebraska? Is literally for them a $5 million question. I know we're all pulling for him, but it's going to be tough to do.
Yeah, but Kansas State, after Bill Snyder, they were like, it'll never be built back.
And Chris Kleiman's got him back in a New Year's Six bowl.
Yeah, they were a top 10 team.
Won the conference championship.
Yep, and got beat by Alabama in the Sugar Bowl. Colorado, we talked about yesterday. Tomorrow, 2:00 on ESPN, and then Wisconsin. We haven't talked a lot about Wisconsin in the offseason. 1:00, also on the Big Ten Network. Same time with Nebraska tomorrow. Luke Fickell's there now.
Yeah, they will be back. I think Nebraska will be back to what you saw with Barry Alvarez, what you saw.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin, and what you saw with Brett Bielema. I think Wisconsin is, and Fickell will get them back to, what they did best was running the football. Big offensive line, running back that's always got 2,000 yards. But I've got confidence that, they could win the West this year in the Big Ten.
But and I don't know if they've already canceled or are they waiting one more year in divisions there.
I think we got one more year.
I think they're waiting on USC and UCLA.
USC and UCLA come in 2024. And then where's Wisconsin there with USC in the mix, Penn State on the rise, Michigan and Ohio State already there. Wisconsin's fighting to really stay in that upper tier.
Yeah, again, as we point out, then you've got to be number 2 in your conference. You can't just win a bad division.
That's right.
Like Wisconsin and Northwestern played in some Big Ten championship games because they won a bad division.
Yeah, but Wisconsin also won 11 games quite a few years.
They did. But, there's no more, and I'm for this, there's no more skating through a bad division to get yourself to a championship game anymore in these conferences.
Todd Fuhrman joins us from Las Vegas when we come back. The show being brought to you, Brownie, by the great folks at Gutter Cap. I don't know why I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
LT knows
I
Gutter
can tell
Cap.
you about them, though.
Yeah, you like Sea Stew, too.
Who does not like Sea Stew?
We've all got gutter caps on our homes as well. It's a great move to make, LT.
Absolutely. The last thing you want to do is get out that dangerous ladder. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. It's a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
4 more segments to go here from the sunshine of North River here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years. 50 years, no tie to the fact that Fuhrman sometimes is a pest to us on the air, but to keep the pest away, Wayne's have been doing that for 50 years. Pests, mosquitoes, also termites. They do lawn care. They do it all. Just go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES1. Use the promo code TNR. That stands for the Next Round. We're celebrating 50 years with them, so that promo code TNR will save you $50 off of each platform. And you can stack them up to save $100, $150, $200. Lawn care, termite, mosquito services, and that world-famous pest control from our friends at Wayne's. Promo code TNR at callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
We are at North River Yacht Club in Tuscaloosa as they continue to raise money for Rise in Tuscaloosa. You can see more there and help donate if you want to help some very special kids get a great experience and great education. Coach Nick Saban out here today. He was with us earlier, but you all tuned in for Todd Fuhrman. He is with us now from bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com, and at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing well this afternoon, gentlemen. How are you boys holding up?
Man, we are doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Do you, and I thought about asking you this last week, but we ran out of time when Peter Burns was in studio with us. We were on the hills. You were on with us Friday of the Florida spring game, and they did not look good. And I just wonder, what does that do anything at all? The win total's already going to be low, I'm sure, for Florida. Does that do anything at all when you see a spring game?
You know, I watch most of the spring games. I don't watch them as intently as one of my close colleagues, Brad Powers, who we have on the Bet the Board podcast each week to break down the games. But I think so much of the spring games gets a little bit overblown as far as trying to figure out starters and what you're going to get there. I think it can oftentimes yield a lot more upside to sports bettors when you look at some of the depth pieces, if there's a player that gets hurt, especially at a skill position. But in this day and age, it's just the tip of the iceberg because we're still going to see major players transfer over the next couple of weeks, and I know the transfer portal window will eventually close, but the rosters won't settle for a lot of these teams for quite some time. So you can take a little bit away from the spring game, but you never want to fall in love or develop a huge disdain for a team given what you've seen over the course of those 3 weeks of practice.
I don't know how early you start paying attention to college football win totals, but we were just talking about our friend Matt Rule at Nebraska and what their maybe win total would be this year and what would be a successful season. And then Deion Sanders at Colorado. I mean, they had one win last year. So, I mean, if Deion just gets them to 3 wins or 4 wins, it's such a great improvement. If you had to guess Nebraska, Colorado win totals this year, or maybe you've got a number already, what would that be?
When you're looking at Nebraska, I think this is a fan base obviously starved to win. And we've seen Matt Rule's blueprint work over time, but it hasn't happened overnight. And I think that's where you kind of have to temper some of those expectations for the Cornhuskers. Interesting that you mentioned Colorado as well, because those teams will play at Boulder on Saturday, September 9th. So when you look at Nebraska going through the landscape of the Big Ten, I don't have an official win total projection from my side now, but I think just getting this team to bowl eligibility, to get those extra practices in and potentially have a chance to play in a bowl game that they haven't been able to do the last couple of years, it's not going to be an overnight rebuild, but I do think when you look at the way Matt Rule wants to build his team a little bit differently, that the Nebraska Cornhuskers will be back to being relevant, at least in some capacity, over the next couple of years. Colorado, on the other hand, is a team, obviously, that everybody wants to buy stock in. And I saw one win total open as high as 5.5 for lower limits for the Buffaloes. I think that's a leap of faith. I mean, you go through Colorado's schedule and you try and find the wins. Good luck trying to identify some of those opportunities that are there. The most winnable games, at least on paper, a home date against Colorado State, a home date, against Stanford in the middle of October. But if Colorado gets to 4 wins, I think that is a massive step in the right direction for a program that was much maligned after they got to the Pac-12 championship. So if this number comes out inflated, it's a team that I'm going to look to bet against early and often, because I think odds makers are going to force you to pay a premium for the Dion uptake.
NBA playoffs, Fuhrman. This Lakers team reconfigured is a legit team. And I'm just wondering, at points in the season, if any books out there have the Lakers as a huge liability, I think you can still get them at like 20-1.
They did take some big bets, more from recreational bettors than anything else. The one thing that you guys know as well as I do with the Lakers, their odds are never going to show a true reflection of where they should be. Even if it's a team that's struggling in the middle of the year and it looks like the bottom is falling out, books don't offer them at some astronomical prices. So when the prices do drift out, you get a lot of tourists and recreational folks that go, hey, you know what? I'm not going to have a chance to bet the Lakers at a big number, so let's plunk down a few bucks. I don't know of a ton of sharp action that came in on the Lakers at those points, but you look at the potential road that the Lakers would have now to getting to the Western Conference Finals and maybe even getting over the hump into the NBA Finals. They look to be much more formidable, especially in this series where the Grizzlies are dealing with a rash of injuries. You're getting contributions from Rui Hachimura and Austin Reeves in Game 1, and I think the Lakers' path, having gone through the play-in game, probably a little bit easier than if they were on the other side of the draw and found themselves playing the Phoenix Suns like the Los Angeles Clippers did in the first round of things.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, former odds maker there at Caesars Palace, bettheboardpodcast.com. What would you do with Milwaukee right now?
As far as their overall playoff outlook in terms of handicapping them for tonight's game?
If you had to put a bet on them right now, what would you do with the Milwaukee Bucks, knowing what you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, this Giannis situation obviously is going to be fluid, and it was a little bit surprising to see him get ruled out for tonight's game, knowing that they said the MRI was clean. It's going to be a pain threshold tolerance and exactly how banged up he is. I think Milwaukee wins tonight to even up the series, not going out on a limb there with them as 6.5-point favorites. I would look to lay it in this particular spot. But I think you can get away with playing without your superstar for a couple of games. The longer you go and the deeper you get into the postseason, you obviously need all hands on deck. So if Giannis is going to miss extended periods of time, I don't think Milwaukee has the upside of winning the Eastern Conference. But as far as a one-game sample size, if we expect him back in Game 3, then look, I think the Bucks will be just fine. I know Miami has had their number, and the Heat aren't going to take it easy on them tonight, but you're also laying a little bit of a discounted price. And for me, sometimes you get that one-game bump from everybody else when a superstar isn't available.
Betting favorite now to win the World Series, is it the Atlanta Braves? Are they the team to beat, you think?
It all depends on the book. Obviously, everyone moving numbers a little bit differently. This Braves staff has to get completely healthy. We know over the course of the next 4 months, things are going to change a ton. But when you look at the odds to win the World Series, they are still behind the Houston Astros at some shops, ahead of them in others. But it's kind of a logjam. I mean, books aren't going to make comprehensive changes amongst the Astros, Braves, Yankees, Dodgers, Padres, and even the Mets to some extent. The biggest mover, obviously, amid that 13-0 start has been the Tampa Rays. That number has come down substantially, and if you shop around, you can find the Rays in that 10-1, 12-1 range. Clearly, their staff has dealt a major blow, losing Jeffrey Springs, who looked poised to be a frontline starter. But, of course, they have reinforcements waiting in the wings that I'm sure Tyler Glasnow will be more than happy to inherit that number one starter's mantle once he's able to ramp up his rehab and get out there and start pitching with the parent club.
Todd, look, I know you got a wedding coming up. Where does a dude that lives in Vegas go to a bachelor party?
I mean, typically you try and get the heck out of Vegas. I mean, you can stay here and you can go to the familiar haunts that you've done, whether it's the adult establishments or the nightclubs. But, I mean, we were smart. I mean, we tried to get ahead of it, and that's why we lucked out going to Knoxville for the Alabama-Tennessee football game in October, which feels like an absolute eternity ago. But, yeah, it's real tough to spend a bachelor party here in Vegas when you live here because you've seen it, you've done it, and more importantly, if you get yourself into compromising positions at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's a good chance you'll run into somebody you know.
Wow, you think it seems like a long time ago since the Tennessee-Alabama game. We're here in Tuscaloosa today. It seems like yesterday for Bama fans. Wait till you get married, then time really slows down.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like it's already flying by, slowing down. It's, it depends on which side of the coin you look at all this stuff. I think in this racket, when you're going from one season to another handicapping games, all the days kind of blend together. And the fact that I'm sitting back here already trying to figure out exactly what our spring football and summer preview series will look like already, it feels like we just crowned Georgia as national champions. But I know Alabama football fans can't get back on the football field fast enough to try and erase that bad taste.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com. Go there and get all his content. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. And he is with us, very kind to be with us each week. Thank you, Fuhrman. Have a great week.
Hey, always a pleasure. And one last thing, guys. I know the NASCAR world will move right into your backyard for Talladega this weekend. We have a tremendous interview with a prominent NASCAR personality. So any folks that are looking for a little bit of insight for the gambling this weekend, I know the unpredictable nature of racing, but one of Alabama's own is jumping into the fold. So encourage people to check out the Bet the Board podcast when it drops at some point tomorrow.
All right.
You keeping it a secret is what you're doing, right?
Yeah, I'm keeping it secret. It's what we call in this business a tease. If I give it all away and they don't happen to like this person, no one's going to listen to this show. That's why ratings for you guys plummet when you bring me on the same time every Wednesday.
He is Fuhrman. All right, so go to bettheboardpodcast.com. Keep an eye out for that, bettheboardpodcast.com. We'll try to pass it along. Shoot me a text when it drops, and we'll send it out too, okay?
All right, appreciate it as always, guys. Enjoy the great sporting events this week, and have fun out there at the course.
All right, buddy, we'll see you. Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
If you think Brown's legs look good, you should see his bathroom right now.
Oh, Jim, are you kidding me? I mean, Bradley Bell did an amazing job. A-plus tile home remodeling. He does incredible work. Listen, basically, Scott's going to show you some before and afters in my bathroom. When you see the befores, we just didn't like it. And I know some of you look at it and you're like, okay, I would like that. Well, we didn't. And when you buy a home, you want a home to fit you perfectly, right? And we put it off, we put it off, we put it off. And finally, my wife is like, hey, we are doing it this summer. Or this spring, we're going to get it done. So she scoured the internet. She tried to find the best people, read all the reviews, reached out to customers of people. She picked Brad Bell. Brad Bell, A-plus home tile remodeling, A-plus tile home remodeling. He did a phenomenal job, changed our master bath. It looks terrific, and we've loved every minute of it. Here's his cell number from Huntsville to Mobile, Anniston to Tuscaloosa. Can help you anywhere in the state of Alabama. 205-422-1758. 205-422-1758. If you missed that number, reach out to me. I'll be happy to help you. A-plus tile home remodeling, Brad Bell, 205-422-1758.
If I had this show to do over, would it have been creepy if I'd have done it barefooted and sat in Brown's seat instead? Because I have a hard time.
Am I out of my seat?
Yeah, you'd be out of your seat. Yeah. I just have a hard time getting sun on my feet early on in the year. Like my legs get tan being on the golf course, but I end up with white golfer's feet.
Yeah, I think they're going to frown upon it here.
The one thing you don't want to do is get your feet burned, though.
Well, I'm already burned. Not my feet, obviously, but I went into the men's locker room, and I am completely toasted, both arms and my chest.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. This is a good place for me to ease into my vacation in the desert, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah, you're going to pray for this day.
Yeah.
When you're in the desert.
Yeah, it's going to be hot during the day, and it drops like that once the sun goes down.
Better chance you get bitten by a scorpion or snake.
That's what scared me in the chat room the other day. Don't worry about snakes. Worry about the scorpions.
Oh.
I've never been stung. I've never been bit by a snake or stung by a scorpion.
Remember this moment right here, Lance.
No, I'm just saying
this moment.
Which hurts worse?
You'd rather have the scorpion sting.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You got scorpions in Alabama. I've seen scorpions,
but I've never been stung by one.
Well, I know. I'm just saying they exist here.
That's just gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to that vacation coming up in the desert starting this Friday.
and all next week. It should be a lot of fun in the desert for 7 days. When we come back, LT's got 4 downs today. There's one graphic before 4 downs you've got to see about most successful winning percentages in American sports playoffs from Reddit last night. It was really good. Forrest will have that to pull up, and then we'll do 4 downs. Then we'll get into the conversation about Mount Rushmore of TV. All right?
All right. That's a lot coming up.
That's what's still left on the show. That's being brought to you in part today by our friends at NASCAR again, Brownie.
877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's how you make sure you're on board for the Geico 500 weekend. It all starts Friday with that big one on the Boulevard. Massive party there. And then Saturday, the doubleheader of racing, Cole Swindell in concert. Sunday is the Geico 500. And make sure you add that garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. You could see more and reserve your spot at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Back with you on the next round from North River out here raising awareness and money for our friends at the RISE program and the RISE school. You can get details by going onto their website or our social media site, and you'll find an easy link on how you can donate anytime throughout the year to the RISE program. It's been a fun day out here. Nick Saban, Jayson Swain, you just heard from Todd Fuhrman, all that wherever you get the show podcasted on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn Radio, TuneIn Live right now with us. Also, Next Round, the app, iHeartRadio, and of course, you're watching us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and on Twitter. Taylor Corn, our social media director on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat and everything else as well. A new gym class hero dropped last night about undefeated teams. I have 2 that go undefeated during the regular season. Go watch that to see who my other one is other than Georgia. So go check that out. Last night, there was a little history. The Seattle Kraken, NHL team in Seattle, played their first playoff game, and they won it at Colorado. So as a franchise, they have a perfect 1,000 winning percentage of they've never lost in a sports playoff. One other program has a 1,000.
Yeah. When you say program, are you talking college football?
It is college football because the playoff hasn't been around very long.
They've never lost in the playoffs?
Never lost a playoff game. I'm giving away too much already.
I'll get this.
I mean, it's got to be an obvious one, but I can't say it right away.
Scott's going to put it up on the screen right now.
Wait, hold on.
Well, you can't see
I
the
can't
screen.
see the screen anyway.
We're going to give it away to the audience. See if you guys can guess it. You can't see the screen on the road, but it's up there from our friends at Reddit, a whole list of them. Georgia obviously has lost one, but they are second behind this with an 833 winning percentage. Alabama is fourth.
It's got to be LSU.
692 winning percentage.
Yep.
It is LSU. Perfect. LSU. They've only been to the playoffs once. They won both their games to win the national championship. So right now, all-time leaders in major North American playoffs by winning percentage from Reddit College Football, LSU and the Seattle Kraken.
How many dual fans do you think are out there that like both the Kraken and LSU?
I like me some Kraken and some Bayou Bengals.
Georgia, Alabama football after that. The Florida Marlins ahead of the New England Patriots. The Marlins a 632 winning percentage. The Patriots a 627 winning percentage.
That's amazing.
I mean, especially Lance, it's not like the Patriots have just not gone to the postseason much.
That's right.
They were there all the time.
Well, and when they would go, it was obviously you've got to win 3 to win a Super Bowl. Like in these 7-game series, I mean, the Marlins are still losing 2 or 3.
Yeah.
49ers at 610 winning percentage, a 600 winning percentage. Clemson football. The Lakers, who've done a lot of playoffs, a 599 winning percentage in the playoffs. That says a lot. The Packers, a 590 winning percentage. The Tampa Bay Lightning, a 586 winning percentage. And the New York Yankees at a 582 winning percentage. Those are your top teams, according to Reddit College Football.
That's pretty impressive.
That's a lot of work, too.
Yeah. I randomly watched the Seattle Kraken game the other night. It was the last night of the regular season, and I caught the end of a Stars game, and the Kraken game started. And they play at Climate Pledge Arena. And I'm like, yeah, that's about the most Seattle thing ever. Climate Pledge Arena.
Before LT gives us 4 downs, Precision Sports bringing you those 4 downs today. Precision Sports getting you back to work and back into the game, whatever your game may be.
Yeah, absolutely. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something in the attic. You injured your knee just getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
All right. Remember, if you're leaving North River now, you can always carry us wherever you go with the apps I gave you, but also right in CarPlay. Just plug your phone in. You can go to the Next Round app or watch us on YouTube as you ride down the road. LT starts us off with first down.
First down.
Okay, I got to pull these on my phone, so hold on.
Can we get them out of your bag? Right here next to me.
Okay, so college football playoff first. Penn State or Washington?
I think easier path Washington. I mean, this 12, anytime we ask these questions, the 12 team changes everything. I think easier path to win their conference would be Washington. But the 12 team changes, so I'm going to go Penn State.
Wow. So you changed your answer?
No, not at all. I didn't change it. I'm just saying easier path to win conference, I think, would be Washington. That said, Penn State could finish third in the Big Ten and easily get in. Washington, I don't think could finish third in the Pac-12 and get in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a to-do for one of my gym class videos that I'm going to do is what a breakout season this could be with Penn State, even with a new quarterback there. You heard Josh Pate, who went to Happy Valley and was talking about how good this team could be this year. The problem is Michigan and Ohio State are really good. Penn State's my answer. And I think it could be as early as this year, but especially when you get to a 12-team playoff. I like Penn State staying where they are, being one of the top 3 teams in the Big Ten. I like Penn State.
I'm going to go Washington, but it's close. I think either could actually do it this year in a 14 playoff. I wouldn't be shocked, but I'm going to lean Washington. I think both under Kalen DeBoer and ultimately James Franklin will get there in a 12-team.
I'm willing to go stake here. Penn State before Washington, if you want to. Don't press it though. We're good.
Second down.
Or Jaden Daniels with LSU.
I'm going to go Quinn. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think you're not.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
I don't think you have to put it in reverse, Terry. I think you're on the right path there because I think Texas is going to be a more scoring fest than LSU. So I'm going to go Quinn Ewers. Not saying he's a better quarterback. I just think Texas.
I'm going to go Ewers too. I think Ewers has a big year.
So you're not worried about any Arch Manning or Arch receiving core. But LSU. Jaden Daniels here. Even in the SEC. Let's do third down.
More
Third
wins
down.
in year 3. Sark or Kiffin?
I'm going to go Steve Sarkisian at Texas. I think they win the Big 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think they do
when
have.
You say, "Wow, who?"
No, I know.
Yeah.
I could see 9 wins, maybe 10 wins for Texas. I think this thing's going to start going the other way for Ole Miss. Although I do like Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I do like Jackson Dart too. But if Texas A&M, gets Ole Miss, does Mississippi State get them this year? Does LSU get them? Alabama get them? Does Auburn get them? I mean, it's just a tough schedule, and I really believe Texas is. I mean, who if not Texas, then who in the Big 12?
Kansas State.
Kansas State.
I mean, they just won it. I don't
traditionally they don't usually do it back to back, right?
Yeah.
They
And
traditionally don't.
I do not know what to do. I don't know what to do with Oklahoma.
Yeah. And Oak State's one of those teams that can always pop up.
New quarterback.
Baylor.
Spencer Sanders walked away from Oklahoma State. One of their big offensive linemen is hitting the portal here. He's about to go. Caleb Etienne, their big tackle. He's in the portal looking for a new home as well. I don't like Oklahoma State either. I think it's Texas's year in the Big 12. Of course, I've said that the last 5 off seasons.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you'll be right. It's like me picking Rory McIlroy to win the Masters.
Well, no, he won't. If they don't get it this year, they're not going to win the Big 12.
Good point.
That's right. Let's do fourth down.
Maria Sharapova, 35 today. Ashley Judd, 55. Better career.
Oh, man, that is a tough one.
I'm going to this is unpopular. I'm going to go Sharapova. She was really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, how many majors does she have? I mean, she's got a handful, right?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but Ashley Judd, what has Ashley Judd ever done?
Yeah, you're looking Kentucky fan.
Time to Kill.
Yeah.
She's kind of plain, too. I mean,
Prettiest movie of all time, though.
Yeah, I mean, but she was a bit player in that.
Oh, but I liked her in that. You thought she was playing? I liked her better than Sandra Bullock.
Ooh, I like Sandra Bullock.
I'm more of an Ashley Judd guy than a Sandra Bullock guy.
Young Sandra Bullock.
Oh,
Wow.
young Sandra Bullock.
Wow.
Yeah, more of an Ashley Judd guy.
Ashley Judd was good too. This is like, do I like the beef brisket over there or the pork? I mean,
I'd take either, Jim.
Either one. I'm going to stick with mine. I'm going to go.
Sharapova.
I'm going to go Sharapova. I think she was really
good.
good.
Sharapova. I don't know how many majors she won.
I mean, the problem is, Serena came along and made you forget about how great some of those other players were because Serena was so dominant.
Yeah, you almost forgot about everybody else in women's tennis.
That's right. It's like it skipped from Everett and Navratilova to Serena, and that's fair. Those are the giants.
But Sharapova would have probably been the best for a while.
But for a moment, it was Sharapova. So
how tall was she? 6'1"?
Holy crap, she's won the career Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Are you all surprised at that?
I'm not.
No.
You didn't say it one time, so how are you not surprised? Why would you not have brought it up earlier when we were discussing?
I said she had a handful of majors.
Yeah.
So.
What do you think? She won, 8 majors?
No, 5.
5.
Yeah.
Handful.
Yeah, that's a handful.
That is a handful.
Yep. That is 4 downs today, brought to you in part by our friends Dr. B. Guy getting LT's hair looking just right. When we come back, we'll talk about the Mount Rushmore of television characters. It was I think Lunsford was in on social media last night from the back row. One of those things that starts trending and everybody throws their opinion out. So we're a big TV watching group here, all of us that watch the show and are on the show. So we'll run around the table and go, and you guys in the back row, in the back room there, come up with the your Mount Rushmore as well. If you're not familiar, that's 4 faces on the mountain. They're presidents in real life.
Thank you there.
As Dr. B, though, he'll keep your hair looking very, very
He will. So
presidential.
which presidents, they've all got hair or wigs on Mount Rushmore, right?
I think so. We've never had a bald president, have we, Rockstar? Have we ever had a bald president?
No, I don't think so.
Nope, I don't think we have.
No.
Biden would be the closest, probably.
I mean, his is thinning. Yeah, his is thinning.
Yeah, we will one day.
Yeah, I mean, I think a bald guy will win it one day.
Yeah, T3hair.net.
Are you saying I should run LT?
If you're starting to look, I think you should.
Yeah.
Then we can really find out what your true skeletons are. Of course, I don't think that matters in politics anymore, does it?
No, I don't think so. I think you're good.
I feel like my skeletons would help us unite the country.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Hair 14% thicker already. If you're starting to thin out, if you know somebody that's thinning out, preemptive strike is what you need to do. I went to see Dr. B. It's almost been a year now. Hair 14% thicker. Dr. B also offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net, 205-319-0316.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Our Michelson look into the future today is, what if there was a Mount Rushmore for TV characters? Who would be the 4 characters that you would put in there in your life? We've all got an opinion. I'd love to hear from Rockstar and Forrester and even Tyler if he has one as well.
We're at North River today for our friends with the Rise program already on the show. Nick Saban, Todd Fuhrman, and Jayson Swain. All that is podcasted. Michelson bringing us this discussion today.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. 2015 vision still. Call 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make sure you ask for Amy. Tell them the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
For me, and these are my 4, and again, it should be so different, right? It should be what you like or what maybe you've seen the most of.
And it's really hard.
Don Draper, for me, is one of my 4. He is maybe my favorite TV character of all time.
Okay.
All right.
So Don Draper is on my list. I don't know Lenny's last name off of Law and Order, but he's one of my favorite TV characters of all time. And just because maybe I should go Jack McCoy, though he was an ass at times.
I like
Is that Sam Watterson?
Yeah.
Jack McCoy, yeah.
But
terrible.
But Lenny, got a little old, could chase down the perps sometimes. But
Jerry Orbach was the actor's name.
Yeah. But I'm going to go Lenny just because I've watched so much of that. I loved Ozark so much, but I'm going to go with Ruth Langmore because I loved her character. And then the last one, just from my childhood and watching reruns, and I just think it was such an iconic character. And, I almost went a Mayberry character here, but I watched more reruns of this with my grandmother when she was raising me. Lucy Ricardo was just such a dynamic character. So those would be mine. Don Draper, Lenny from Law & Order, Ruth Langmore from Ozark, and Lucy Ricardo from all the shows that she was on.
I tend to be a prisoner of the moment. So mine is going to be a very recent list. I am 100% going Roger Sterling from Mad Men. Like, I think Roger Sterling was the best character on Mad Men. I am going to go, and I think we'll share this, Rockstar. I'm going to go Cosmo Kramer, Michael Richards from Seinfeld.
I don't have him on there.
You don't have him on there?
No.
Wow.
I'm going.
I thought he was annoying. The few times I watched it.
I mean, you didn't watch the show.
Oh, I love the show.
Yeah,
you don't get the show.
Yeah, I mean, he was a phenomenal character. I mean, I think the best character of that show. So I'll go Roger Sterling, Cosmo Kramer. I'm going to go Saul Goodman from Breaking Bad. I think it really turned. I mean, I thought that was a great series, but it really turned with when he was introduced into the series. It was just such a different dynamic from that point on. And then my one tip of the hat to the old guys, I am going to go Barney Fife from the Andy Griffith Show.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you'll notice something about mine, and there's no reason behind this, just if you'll notice, I went 0 main characters. Every one of mine is an alternative character.
Yeah, mine are too. But I would say like the legit, if you were really doing one of these, at least modern television, I think Walt White would be on there, Tony Soprano, Don Draper, Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones.
God, I forgot all about Game of Thrones.
But here's mine. I go Omar Little from The Wire.
Yeah.
Okay.
I go Al Swearingen from Deadwood.
Oh, yes. I need him.
He was incredible.
You need you some Al Swearingen?
I do.
I've got Roger Sterling.
We share that one, yep.
And then I'm so torn on either Leon from Curb Your Enthusiasm or Christopher Moltisanti from The Sopranos. I think I'm probably going to go Leon.
Okay, I'm gonna revisit mine before we stop chiseling. Rockstar.
Tim's gonna redo his.
I'm gonna go Don Draper, Ruth Langmore. Who was the character from the guy who died and came back to life, who wanted to be on the throne?
Jon Snow.
Jon Snow. Loved his character. And then I will
Al Swearingen.
And Al Swearingen. Those are my 4.
Dunaway is committed to his, Rockstar.
Yeah, those are my 4.
That's his. He's committed to it.
Out here in the heat, squibbling down. I was trying to hit all things, but I ended up liking more. And hey, I'm not done yet. Let's see what Rockstar has. Rockstar, what about yours?
I will go with Michael Scott.
Michael
Scott.
Scott.
Gosh, how did I forget Dwight Schrute or Michael Scott? Michael Scott is so good. Yep.
Walter White, of course, and not Kramer. I got to go Larry David from Curb. He is much better because he is George Costanza times 12 that curses. And from my childhood, I'll go Dan Connor. I love me some Dan Connor.
Dan Connor.
I did like John Goodman, or I still like John Goodman.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in myself that I didn't go somebody from The Office. Michael Scott is so good.
If you want to take one out and put Michael Scott,
I don't know who I would take out. I mean, I guess if I just wanted to be really recency, I would go Michael Scott instead of Barney Fife.
What about Creed?
Creed was so good, but Creed is so infrequently used. Like they used him perfectly, but they almost never used him. And that's what made it perfect was that he was a guy that they made his like we always say this about Rockstar on our show. It's one of Rockstar's greatest strengths, and everybody loves Rockstar on our show. He makes his lines count. Like Rockstar is not one of those that I'm going to say something every segment.
Yeah, he might not say something for 4 hours.
He might not say something for 4 hours, but I promise you the vast majority of the time.
It may even look like he's not watching the show.
Vast majority of the time when Rockstar says something, he makes his words count. And that's the way Creed was.
Yeah, Creed Bratton I think is his real name too. It's Creed Bratton. Which is great.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Let's go to Forrester. Forrester, man, do you have 4 you want to throw out there?
I do. So my first 3 were really easy. Walter White, number 1, my favorite show ever, Breaking Bad. Then George Costanza. Brown's completely wrong on this. He's so much better than Kramer. Number 3, Michael Scott. Love The Office. And then the 4th one, I loved Ozark. Almost went Ruth or Marty Byrde, but I'm going to go Homer Simpson.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's a great one, though. I thought about him because what an iconic character.
Yeah.
In television history.
Love The Simpsons, like from high school to college, but I can't get into it anymore.
It still stands up, I think. Go back and watch any of those. While Tyler is doing his, Forrester, pull up Lunsford's, who put out his list last night. It was on his feed.
So he's also killing you. I don't know this guy's name, but he has to be on my list. It's a line that I said earlier.
Yeah. What do you have, Tyler? What's your 4?
All right, so my 4 are George Costanza, Homer Simpson, Tony Soprano, and then Tyrion Lannister.
Tyrion Lannister's a
very,
good one.
very HBO there from Tyler.
Yeah, well, I mean, his age, man.
Yeah,
it's all TV has been to him, basically.
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised that Dunaway didn't have one of the Sex and the City chicks on there.
No, I'm kidding. No, I mean that show was important to me for a while, but it, of all the things that this show has done for me, I think it's made me enjoy good TV better. And I'll compliment you on that. You and Rockstar.
Do you want some stuff from the chat room here?
I'd love to hear Lunsford's first from Forrester.
Oh, okay.
He's going to read what Lunsford had last night. They got us on this conversation. Forrester?
All right. John Lunsford's list. Walter White, Michael Scott, Ron Swanson, and Nora Durst.
I don't know who Nora Durst is. Who is that? Rockstar?
Is she from that program where everybody went to heaven and everybody got the evil people left behind?
She was from The Leftovers. Great show.
Leftovers,
yeah.
Right.
Fantastic show. She's also.
So what was the one before Nora though?
Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec.
It's a good character.
Yeah.
Believes in small government and eating meat.
Nick says this is so subjective. He goes Walter White, Michael Scott, Tony Soprano, Jack Bauer.
Jack Bauer's a good one.
Al Swearingen, close for him. Patrick, Walter White will get love. Gus Fring should get consideration. Gus Fring was a really good character.
He was great.
His final scene, I won't spoil it for anybody. His final scene's incredible, though. When he
young Jack was watching in high school when he saw that.
A lot of Gus Fring love. Paul says Tom from Succession. I don't know if I would go Tom or Greg. I don't know which one I'd go.
That was, I sent out a tweet forever ago, and I did the combination because they're one and the same.
Yeah, Tom and Greg.
They're both not great characters without the other.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think Greg has developed by himself into a better character than Tom, but when they're together, they're magic.
Mac and cheese, man.
Especially in the most recent episode, Greg is phenomenal. He's so good in the most recent episode. Bob Odenkirk, Paul says, is fantastic. Jesse Pinkman, getting a lot of love. Gary says Alan Matthews, George Costanza, George Feeney, Andy Griffith. I don't know some of those. Somebody says this is not TV dads, Gary. Catch up. Lunsford says he thought about Larry David. Bob Sacramento says Kramer, Michael Scott, Barney Fife, and Jed Clampett.
Not bad there.
Yeah.
Even though on that show,
are you a little surprised that nobody's done this is old, but like George Jefferson or Hawkeye from MASH?
Any of the MASH characters were good. Hawkeye was really good.
Here's one I missed. Brody said, can't believe Brown didn't go Mags from Justified or Boyd Crowder. Boyd Crowder is one of the greatest TV characters of all time. I mean, I did not do him justice by not mentioning him.
And Shane Ventrell in the Shielding was really good.
And I mean, that's the problem with Mount Rushmore, right? Is that there's just not enough. I mean, when you start trying to divide this into the top 4.
Yeah, Bobby goes Tony Soprano, Carrie Matheson, George Costanza, and Tyron Lannister. Pritchell agrees. Rockstar saying something that isn't funny is very rare.
I mean, you can almost make you could just use all HBO characters and not be too off from the right Mount Rushmore, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's even tough to do a Mount Rushmore of HBO shows.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Blake says you could do any 3 of the Seinfeld men. Boy, I mean, I know that's true, but Julia Louis-Dreyfus was very, very funny on that show.
I can't believe you guys don't watch Curb. If you like that show, Curb is so much better.
I tried on Curb. I just never could get it, man. And maybe I just didn't give it enough time. Lucille Ball getting some love done away. She's an
iconic character, man.
Yeah.
And, from that period of time.
Bobby killing Dunaway for the Sex of the City line. That show was important to me for a while.
Was.
Jody says Carmela Soprano. I could not finish The Sopranos. She wore me out. Edie Falco, I don't deny she's a good actress.
Yeah.
I just did not like her character.
I agree. I think she's a great actress.
But she took a lot for the team.
And she did. I mean, she was a necessary one. John Brandt says Hawkeye Pierce, Raylan Givens, Johnny Fever, and Saul Goodman.
Johnny Fever.
Johnny Fever.
Oh, what was that? WKRP?
Yeah. The Fonz, Bob Sacramento says. I never really liked that show that much.
Happy Days, I liked it a lot. Fonz, not my favorite character.
Yeah. Patrick, George Jefferson, Grady from Sanford and Son. Grady was funny. Lieutenant Colonel Henry Blake, Goober Pyle, Norm Peterson, Niles Crane. He went a little too heavy.
Got to carve off some rocks.
He brought up Norm from Cheers. Sam Malone was good.
Sam Malone was good, but I think and Woody Harrelson was good. But I do think George Wendt probably consistently was the best character on that show. I watched every Cheers when I was a kid.
He was Norm.
Yeah, he played Norm. George Wendt played Norm. I think he was consistently the best character. The Woody was very, very funny. That was my introduction. I don't know if that was his start, Woody Harrelson's start.
It was.
But he was a very funny, kind of the doofus country boy, just, living in the big city. He played that role very, very well.
That is something you can talk about with your family tonight. Mount Rushmore of television, or if you're on a long drive somewhere this summer, put that in the back pocket to continue the conversation there. We appreciate Lunsford kicking that into our Twitter feed last evening, so we discuss it here today. We'll put a wraps on our show here from the North River coming up in the final segment. One more time, Brownie, tell us about the great folks at NASCAR and how we can be a part of the big racing weekend. A lot of folks already out there camping right now. Maybe you're listening to us out there and you're on the best campground. How about this weather today to be camping out? Yes.
You're welcome. 877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is the number to call. To participate in the most impressive weekend of racing you'll ever find. It all starts with that big one on the Boulevard on Friday. It's a massive party. Saturday, a doubleheader of racing and Cole Swindell in concert. And then Sunday is the Geico 500. Make sure to add that garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. You can do all of that by visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Back with you for the final few minutes of this Wednesday show from beautiful North River on what has been a perfect day. And we've been out here a show for a cause today, and that's the RISE program here in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, and Carrie Laney's hanging out with us. She's been working hard for, I don't know, months, years.
I'm just one of the few people that put on this awesome show, but we just want to say thank you guys for being here. It was just, it added a whole nother dimension with you being here, and we're just so thankful.
So I told them about an hour ago, I was like, I committed this for not one, but 2 nights next year.
That's right, yeah.
And not just 2 days of broadcasting, but we're also going to be emceeing some event for you guys.
That's right. So next year you'll know, but tomorrow night's actually our Chip In for Rise, and it's a night event. We have an auction, it's cocktail hour, it's super fun. So next year we'll have you guys do part of the live auction and make it the whole event. So, tomorrow Nate Oates is coming. So he'll do kind of what Saban did today. But all the funds we raise today go right back to Rise. And I don't know, Chris talked about this earlier in the Q&A part, but Rise is the only, Rise in Tuscaloosa is the only school that the kids that have special needs go completely free. So that's why we do this. This is why we thank you guys for being here.
So how can people that aren't able to come out here, how can they contribute?
Well, Dunaway, you set it up on your social media to donate. We also have a way that you can go to our Rise Center website and you can donate and come to our events that we have throughout the year. But yeah, your social media would be a great way for your listeners to donate.
Just go there and you make a click and it takes you and you can learn about the RISE program and donate. For one student in a year, do you have a price point? Like if somebody wanted to say, I want to donate to make sure one kid can go for a year, do you have a price point on that in the neighborhood?
It's $20,000 for one kid.
Yeah.
So that's what we're talking about. So, you've talking about the salaries. We have therapists, we have speech, occupational therapy. Coach Saban talked about some of that. Not only the University of Alabama helps us a lot with that, but we need to fund the therapist and the tuition. So $20,000 a kid, it's pricey, and like Andy, our director, we want to help more children. We want to help expand. There's so many kids out there with needs, and we don't want them to have to pay for it. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing.
And what makes the RISE program so unique, you have, students with special needs that interact and blend in the classroom with kids without special needs, right? And that's a very unique program when they started this back in the 70s.
That's right. And so what they learned was that the special needs kid did better with the traditional learner, but the other way around. And I talked about this on the video we did. So Lena, my 3-year-old, she's a mess, but she was picking out her little Valentine candy, but she didn't go to candy. She went to a wand. And I said, Lena, that's not really what for Valentine's. And she said, well, Mom, some of my friends can't eat. So you're talking about the things, the empathy you learn with being, I mean, you don't get that another place. I mean, it'll make you tear up and cry. But that's what Rise is about for both the traditional learner and the special needs.
And you've never had a bigger champion for this than Coach Stallings. And Coach Saban mentioned him, and I know he's been instrumental to this. And as Coach said, because of Johnny, and I mean, he's just been a champion for it. The reason I know about Rise is because of Coach Stallings.
That's right.
If it weren't for him, I can't swear that I would know about the organization.
And I don't know if y'all know this either, but Coach Stallings puts on a team. So he sponsors a team, and he'll be there tomorrow night. He gives a speech. Next year, y'all guys, you get to see that when you come. But it's just really special how he's stayed connected. And he doesn't just want to donate money. He comes here and make sure the school is continuing to just thrive. So.
Well, I want to give you props because this is putting these things on. It's so detailed, and it's not like you started this last week. I mean, this is a process that you'll probably start on next year, next week.
For example, we're in the middle of the NCAA basketball tournament at the Legacy Arena, and we're walking out. You're in the stands, and you're like, "Hey guys, come here. You know where you should do the show from?"
Well, she had already hit us in Nashville.
No, I hit up Lance way before Nashville.
Yeah. Okay.
And I go way back. So I was in sales for 16 years, so I'm not gonna really take no for an answer. So I'm glad.
No, but I'll tell you, a lot of these, and I hate to say this, they're not run great. Like you guys have got it streamlined. It's just an incredible event. And,
and to your point, Andy and they will start planning like next week. I mean, it's a big group that does it, and it's this North River is just beautiful. I mean, you can't really. I mean, so we just want to continue to make it bigger and better, and really you guys being here was a great addition, and I just hope, like you said, we'll just continue it each year. And I will say Coach Saban was just so relaxed with y'all.
Well, he loves us. You know how much he loves us.
I think he was delirious because of the heat, sitting here in the heat with us.
No, that was great.
We may bring portable air conditioners next year.
It's an idea.
No, I think we should get you a tent.
Yeah, okay.
I think that makes the
most sense. I'll co-sign that.
I could have done that. I'm sorry.
See, being a video show and the brains behind our operation video wise doesn't travel with us. He's back there punching the cameras right now. Scott Forrester, we have a little issue on the road when it comes shade and sunlight, right?
Yeah, shade and sunlight's really bad on cameras.
We're amateurs. Yeah. So we chose sunlight over the battle between shade and sunlight.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So that's why we're out here.
So next year we just need to bring Forrester with us. So
or do it inside. One of the two. Either one.
No, we could totally do it inside.
Yeah.
So will there be teams available, like people watching right now that want to play next year?
Yes, 100%. So what we'll do is, go ahead of time, maybe get y'all some of that information, and they can go ahead and sign up, and you can pick, Wednesday or Thursday, whichever day is best for you.
And they'll get to play with either Coach Saban or Coach
Nates. And,
yeah, that's pretty awesome.
It's pretty awesome. And for a great cause.
It's a great cause. Again, go to our social media platform, and you got some links. Taylor will send some links out to the Rice program of Tuscaloosa that's been around since the mid-'70s, doing great work, helping so many kids, so much help to kids in the area that Nick Saban, in the middle of spring football, would take time out to come out here and be part of this today with A-Day coming up Saturday. That's all you need to know about this. Thank you for hosting us. Rockstar, take us to the top of the hour. We'll see you 9 a.m. Central back in studio tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.